What a headache. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Hello? Linkin Park Sang Show. All right, pulling it up. I wanted to go to YouTube. I'm on Microsoft. I don't give a frick about on Microsoft. There we go. There it is. I'm waiting until a 5-minute mark. How are we all doing? I made myself another hot chocolate. I didn't really care for the Dutch Bros one, so I made a real one. I have the Zach Sang right here below the camera. This is a longer interview, but I'm watching it. For those of you who were here for the album listening party and the breakdown and all that, it was just immediately blocked because I listened to the entire album on the video. So I have to go through and cut that out and repost it, which is no big deal. I will likely do it today. We're almost there. Start at the 5-minute mark. Cacao. So nice for calming the nerves. I'm gonna put this down here, including my sauces. Put this back here. All right, it's time. Hello and welcome. This is the second part of my Let's Talk From Zero listening party. We are going to watch the Zach Sang Show, Linkin Park interview, Mike Shinoda, Emily Armstrong, From Zero, Chester Bennington. That's what it's called. I heard this one goes in some pretty weird directions. I didn't say it in my the first part of this Let's Talk, but the From Zero listening is the first of my album by album listening and breakdown ambition. And this Zach Sang Show interview live stream is the first of my watch every Linkin Park interview that they've released since they came back ambition. So we're setting seeds for long-term action here. And I'm not exactly excited to jump into this interview, but I am interested in what it has to offer. I will stop at varying points in the interview where, I feel something needs to be said, whether it's catching a lie or offering a thought about what I'm observing. I will push pause, offer that up, and then push play. So for all of you who might be wanting to follow along in real time, hopefully we can synchronize this in an efficient way. So I'm at 0, 0, 0 right now. So if anybody wants to watch this with me in real time, feel free to pull it up. It's the Linkin Park Zach Sang Show interview. Mike Shinoda and Emily Armstrong, new album from Zero, Chester Bennington. I'll give you a few seconds to jump in, figure it out, synchronize, and then let's see. It's at 7 minutes. At 8:30 minutes, I'm going to push play. So you have like 45 seconds. I'm actually going to say all of that again because I'm streamlining my live stream videos, the edits. Hello and welcome to the second part of my From Zero listening party live stream. This half of the From Zero listening party is dedicated to the recently released Zach Sang Show Linkin Park interview titled Mike Shinoda and Emily Armstrong, new album from Zero, Chester Bennington. This is the first of many interview breakdowns. My goal with this series of videos is to go back and watch each of the Linkin Park interviews released during their comeback rollout. As I watch these, I'll provide my thoughts and feelings on what I'm seeing, and I will also, if necessary, catch Mike Shinoda and the rest of the gang in their absurdity, which at times can be a lie. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to give it 30 seconds. If you would like to watch this interview with me, feel free to pull it up. I will let you know when I pause and when I start, so that way maybe we could watch it together. 30 seconds starting now. Big ass marshmallow. All right, are we ready? let's begin. Starting from 000, the Zach Sang Show Linkin Park interview, released same day as Linkin Park's 8th studio album, From Zero, November 15th, 2024. Oh no. Why did it stop?
I think it's been, it's been a long time coming. Like, 20 years of work, and they finally got a shot. The right hoodie, the right jacket or whatever, and the headphones.
Do you find yourself fighting like things like that are basic, like quote unquote, like famous person in a band type person necessity, like styling?
I love that you're leading. You know, I don't know you well, but we know each other just enough that you know that how ridiculous that is. Like, right? Like, you know that I'm like so not that person.
Yeah. Oh, you're not?
I will roll it. I do not give a shit to like roll into an interview in my pajamas. I'm really actually fine with that.
It's my
You
fault.
are?
So,
Yes.
Never seen Mike Shinoda in an interview
Like,
in his pajamas.
It elevates everyone. Like,
no,
I've seen
I
me
don't
in
agree,
my pajamas.
Because when
If I
somebody,
get makeup, you have to have
Yes,
something.
I
to
groomer.
look.
But
You-
that's part of it is like, okay, so we had this whole conversation about this, I think before the first, what was like the first, did we do the video first or the photo, so the album first? Which one came first?
I don't have YouTube Premium, so we're just gonna have to roll through the ads. I got an ad. Okay, we're back now.
Emptiness Machine or what?
No,
the
the
photo
photos,
shoot.
the photo shoot.
And they talked about, oh yeah, you're gonna.
He doesn't know if he
this
did the
is gonna
photo
set
shoot or
up
the
what
music
we're
video
gonna look
for
like,
Emptiness
and,
Machine first.
We've worked
Photo
with
shoot for
James
the album.
Lynch a million times. James is gonna shoot it, and then we started getting into like makeup and stuff, which bands don't want you to know, but they all get a little something, like just to cover up the pimples or the like sleep under your eye or bags under your eye.
Right.
But it's usually really almost nothing. And so I was saying to Em, like,
This
oh,
is
we
an
need like
adjustment.
proper hair and makeup now. Like, how long do you take to do hair and makeup? I don't know what you said.
Well, like live, I do my own, obviously. Like when we're on the road and stuff. But it's just like times where it's like being filmed. I'm just like,
It's good to do a little
in the morning.
because because it's like cameras and stuff. They do.
they add something, dude.
They do, and they're like, it's super
Oh,
high
no.
fidelity, and they're
Oh, yeah.
seeing everything.
Oh,
So
That's
it's like nice
ridiculous.
to get a little something.
Mhm.
I'm speaking for her,
Yes.
and because for me, I
Well,
was like,
you're-
no.
Yeah.
But yeah, now I'm like, oh, she's gonna like look great. She's gonna have like proper makeup done, and if I'm not, then all of a sudden I look like crazy.
Yeah. So everybody's
You look like a human being.
I don't want to
Mike.
look.
Sorry.
I'm like looking like. Wait, can I say? Can I
Frodo?
say unhoused? Like, yeah, like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, you look very happy.
Unhoused?
Thank you.
By
Thank
the way, hi, beautiful human. I'm Zach. That's Dan. That's Mike and Emily are here. Linkin Park.
Yo,
The
hey.
very house.
Linkin Park.
I like that as a compliment. Like, you're looking so housed
They're
today.
put together, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, hold on.
It needs
We're
to be
pausing.
yours, Too.
Looks
It's
like you have a
very
roof up.
housed.
We're pausing. We're at 2 minutes and 53 seconds. The fact that this entire interview started with a fashion statement. And now they're talking about, which is pretty normal for a band or any production to go through, like makeup, to just want to look acceptable for the camera. That's an interesting way to start. Mike Shinoda is not someone I've ever seen in his pajamas doing an interview, ever. He's not even doing it now. He's wearing something designer, okay? For him to lead this entire interview with, is it okay if I say I look unhoused without makeup on? Is legitimate bananas, crazy, cuckoo, okay? Because he lives in LA. LA has one of the greatest homelessness problems, okay? People are in the trenches so bad right now. They're digging holes into the side of California overpasses to shield themselves from the elements because they don't have homes. So for Mike Shinoda at this moment in time to be like, is it weird if I say I look unhoused? Yeah, it looks a little weird for you to say anything about homelessness You're a multi-millionaire. You're worth, according to Google, you're worth $65 million, which is the same problem I had with the Emptiness Machine music video. The Emptiness Machine music video is so crazy to me because, as I said, it's poverty cosplay. Mike Shinoda is a tortured artist who works at a bar. He's painting and then he goes to the bar. Dave is in his cubicle, fucking, oh, I'm a normal guy. Beginning of the Matrix bullshit. What a fucking waste of time being an analyst for a fucking corporation. Okay. You know, Brad is a UPS guy. He's delivering people's mail. Oh, I'm a fucking mailman. What? Joe's at Joe's at a fast food restaurant delivering people their fries. Like, oh, I work at a fast food restaurant. Emily's in the bar, like drunk, talking to Mike, and it's like these are people with substantial portfolios as artists, as industry professionals, but also people with like a lot of money. Like I think Dave, at least in terms of public record, if you Googled it, for example, he has like the least amount of money. Maybe not compared to Emily because she's relatively new to this game, but in terms of the higher levels of it as being in a triple A act, a band of that size, it might be different now because they just made a fuck ton of money on this pre-release From Zero World tour. But like, I was so annoyed with that. I was like, why is it that these goobers are out here cosplaying poverty? Just normal, average, everyday person. And acting like it's undesirable or, you know, insert adjective. And so for him to lead the interview, released the day of the album with, yeah, I look unhoused, it's just so demeaning, in my opinion. Like, I don't know the last time Mike Shinoda was out being a normal dude. So I don't know if he typically looks as crazy as he thinks he looks. But no, that is an incredibly insensitive 1%er thing to say. Okay, I'm just saying.
Your head, yeah.
Honestly, the studios over time have been nicer, and you came to one of our nicest studios ever. The first time we ever met was
That room was crazy.
like the one right down the last one at Amazon you came to, and then you came right down the street one time, the brick wall. Maybe you remember. It was literally in Culver City.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
A long time
Did you
ago.
like
I was supposed to tell you that I'm going. I'm going. We're at 314. Ready?
that room?
I did. It was bigger.
Yeah.
Had depth to it.
Yeah.
It was, you know, I don't know. We're gonna have a new studio the next time you guys.
I don't remember it well, but I'm also like, I've done enough interviews and I mean, just in all kinds of different spaces that I don't have an opinion. I don't go in like critiquing the decor.
Interesting.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. I don't care. It's about the content, not about the...
I do.
I look forward to your detailed review after this, please, and thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm so excited to have you guys here.
I'm excited for you to have us here.
Can we just like this is a fun energy.
Yeah.
How'd you all meet?
How did we meet?
Do we tell the truth?
I mean, I think... Yeah. Well, I mean, here's my version.
Whoa!
That I
What the fuck? Okay. So, Zach tried to tell everybody when they last, or even, I think, first met Mike. And Mike did not let him answer. He was like, oh, yeah, the room was crazy. And then just like they were talking about dressing a certain way or appearing a certain way on camera, they started talking about the different studio types that Zach has had. And Zach was like, I'm so excited to have you guys here. And Mike was like, I'm so happy that you have us here. I'm so excited that you get to have us here. And I get that sense of humor, okay? I get it. I'm a dry person myself. Emily was more dry and funny in that moment, which I know this is kind of nitpicky. It's like, oh my God, Jamie, why are you looking at everything they have to say? I'm not. This is for a reason. Mike goes, you know, I don't care. I'm so normal. I don't care about the way I look. I don't care about the way I would just show up in my pajamas. I don't care about the way a studio looks. I've done so many interviews in so many different styles and so many different like contexts that like I don't even think about that. Like I'm certainly not coming into the interview space like ready to critique the interviewee or interviewer and their space. I don't care what it looks like. So he's very heavy on this. I don't care. I don't care how I look. I don't care where I am. I don't care. I don't care. And then Zach is like, okay, so how did you guys meet? And Emily goes, so should we tell the truth? And Mike goes, yeah, sure. Why not? And they're about to tell the truth. So I don't take that as a joke given the situation, because they have been caddying and cagey about this entire thing, them meeting and what the situation was. Very bizarre. And I know something's coming up too, because somebody, I didn't realize the timestamp, but somebody told me at 4 minutes it gets crazy after that. So I'm going to push play, but I thought that was really interesting that they even joked about telling the truth now. I literally just got off of the From Zero listening party saying that they were liars and that they acknowledged they're lying. They're lying liars who lie. And here they are saying, should we tell the truth? So let's hear what the truth is. 4:05, ready? Go.
I believe it was actually our drummer Rob, but it could have been somebody else, because I think a couple different people said that you should meet Emily, that she's not horrible, and I think you would get along. And it wasn't through, I don't think it was really at the time, I don't think it was through the lens of you should meet her because I think she could be like the singer for Linkin Park. It was more just like, she's cool, she's a great singer, and oh yeah, at the time, it was when you reached out, it was around the time of that.
Yeah, for the Hollywood Bowl.
Yeah,
Oh!
the celebration of life, the Chester show.
And I got a little, like, I was like, oh, I'd really like to do that. And I was being vocal with friends and stuff. And they're like, why don't you ask? And I was like, oh, right. I mean, but like, okay, they've got everybody. I was like, who the fuck, why would they want me?
Whoa.
But I asked it, it was a little too late. And somebody got word of it at some point. But it was just like, yeah, we already have it all.
I almost, and when she had, Emma had told me that later, and I was like, at first I was like, I don't remember that at all. And then something jogged my memory that we were like literally, it was like the week of or something. Like we were already rehearsing all the songs. So we were just like, we had so much on our plates to like get that show together that we didn't want to mess with what we were working with that, which actually in retrospect was I think it was lucky that it didn't work out that way.
Oh,
because
really?
by not having Emily present in that kind of space, that later when we got together and started making new things and getting to know each other and stuff, I think it was more of a blank slate.
In life, there are memories.
Oh, shut up. I'm on an ad. 1 second. No, you should continue.
I like you.
I like you.
Can we talk?
Okay, we're pausing. That was the end of the question. How did you meet? Mike said, well, we're not going to go into the specifics of who said what. We'll just say what the answer was. The answer is that apparently missing Rob Borden, suggested that Emily be introduced to the band. It didn't happen that way, apparently. Apparently, she reached out to them a week before the Hollywood Bowl concert in October of 2017. And prior to that reaching out, she had been encouraged by people she knew to try to get into the show. And that's really interesting. Mike did say it was Rob or maybe somebody else. So that's so strange. So people in Emily's circle were like, oh, you should get in on the Celebration of Life show. And she was like, nah. And then reached out to Mike or the group. They had their lineup set. They were going into rehearsals and they didn't want to touch anything else. So they ended up not connecting on that level. And then it was only later that they actually interacted with each other. That's very interesting. So what Mike just said is that they met in October of 2017. Okay? So when he slipped earlier, when he did that first radio interview after the Zane Lowe interview, he actually did mean that he met Emily in 2017. Actually, that's what he said. Whoa. Okay, I'm at 5:52 and I'm starting.
About the first session, like, what was it like when you actually started creating music together? Like, I mean, do you remember the first session?
Yeah.
Because it started pre-COVID, right?
No. Yeah.
2019. I think it was you reached out because a couple people were like, "Hey," and you were like, "I need to meet her." Let's,
She's
like,
got
hang
so
out."
many friends. She's like a Kevin Bacon. No, what is it? Is that right? 6 degrees?
Yeah, it's 6 degrees
It's like,
from.
it's like 3 degrees of Emily Armstrong.
To be fair, you were also
Whoa. Okay. I paused it. We're at 6:23. He said, do you remember your first sessions? What was that like? And they said, yes, it was pre-COVID, 2019, that Mike reached out to her because he knew he had to meet her. He just decided, oh, I should meet her. And that's when they started working together. There's a rule, I'm not sure if you know this, a rule of thumb, a theory of how interconnected people are. It's 6 degrees is saying you're only ever 6 people away from someone that you know at any given time. He said, Mike said, Emily has a lot of friends. And so it's really like 3 degrees of Emily. So not only is she a Nepo baby, but she's also incredibly embedded within this industry and the people that make up the industry as a musician who has a band called Dead Sarah. So how strange is that? So the timeline is October 2017, Emily reached out to the band. They didn't end up meeting because they were in rehearsals for the Celebration of Life concert at the Hollywood Bowl. That sometime during 2019, they met up again, but this time because Mike had retraced that connection back to Emily, because one, she had so many friends and people were encouraging him to do that. And then they ended up making music together, which I'm very curious to know what they wrote during that session. Okay. So there is a timeline here. They met in 2017. Apparently they reconnected in 2019. 2019 is a huge year for me. Okay. Our press and play, 6:23.
So, I mean, you're on hiatus now, but like, dude, Dead Sarah is incredible. And your performance style and like the genre of music, there is alignment here. And also, like,
Absolutely.
your presence is, yeah, it's really infectious.
Thank you.
And you've been writing songs since you were 15, right? Or
Yeah.
11 or super
Yeah,
young?
younger, yeah. But in the band, around 15, I think she was 15 and I was like 17 when we started.
And you had also been signed to Warner, so like there is like a lot of
What?
universe and connectivity
Okay, hold on. Let me let
Oh,
Zach
you have
finish.
No idea.
exists.
Yeah. The amount of like serendipitous moments were, it's like I should have written every one of them down, but they've just continued to happen. It still continues to happen in like the most, like the smallest detail to like the big, like you're talking about, like with the one or the more obvious ones. But then there's like the ones that are like the like the things that I would only notice, you know, things that I took snapshots of, and then somehow it's just aligned in this way for, I think, both, like for this band, you know, where they were and then where I was, and then how our paths just like slowly but surely kind of really just came together. It wasn't like a combustion, or it wasn't like a, hey, like maybe like trying to get somebody to do something. It was just like this nice, slow coming togethers of like universes, and you just became.
Do you remember your first interaction with Linkin Park's music?
Okay, 7:54. That's where I paused. He just said that Dead Sarah signed to Warner Music Group. And she said, in validation of Mike's 3 degrees of Emily Armstrong, that she's had large scale and small scale serendipitous events or synchronotic events that are both personal and easily recognizable without that personal perspective. So when I said that she was embedded in the industry and the people that make up the industry, I was, of course, speaking from that point of understanding, but at the time. But no, like she's legitimately, she started writing songs at 11. By 15, she was in Dead Sarah. She was signed to Warner at some point in there. And so not only, I thought Colin Brittain was the only Warner Music transplant, but it turns out that Emily Armstrong is also a Warner transplant, and that she's been organically enmeshed on different levels with a variety of people and situations which she claims are slow moving. And the word I gleaned from that was organic, but I'm probably also just feeling that's, you know, that word because that's what Mike used to describe this Linkin Park comeback that he had no idea was going to happen. That's wild to me that that's not more widely acknowledged or even cared about by the fan base. Like, people's connections really matter. If you're not in the door, if the door isn't made open for you, or you don't smash the door open yourself, in the case of Chester Bennington, you don't get interactions. You don't get an audience. You don't get it. And the fact that she is a Scientology baby, the fact that her mother is like the second in command when it comes to determining all of what Scientology says publicly, etc., what's reported on, is very concerning. In my opinion, that is a big piece of information that matters. That's something to digest, most definitely. Because no matter how funny you are or how successful you are, at the core of it, you're still a human being who's allowed into certain dimensions of existence. And a blonde, white woman, the Nepo baby of high-ranking Scientologists in a band signed to Warner, meeting and being encouraged to meet and interact with Linkin Park as early as 2017, maybe even earlier, who knows? That's concerning as hell. So 7:54, we're going to continue.
Of course. Yeah. I mean, Hybrid Theory. Absolutely. One step closer was like everything, you know? That scream, and like, or not scream, but like, you know, shut up when I'm talking to you. That was like, oh my God. I found my I wouldn't say motto, but what is it, like this is what, like, my angst as a, you know, preteen or a teen. I was maybe 12, and I was like, this is it. This is fucking it. Like, and then of course,
pausing right there at 8:30, I think it's also really important to acknowledge that if I'm correct, if I remember correctly, there's something like a 10-year difference, a 9 to 10-year difference in age between Mike Shinoda and the rest of the guys in Linkin Park, besides Colin. I don't know how old Colin is. I haven't actually checked that recently. But between, at the very least, Mike Shinoda and Emily Armstrong. That's just something to acknowledge. 8:30. Let's go.
I was so obsessed with that album, and I was starting a band at the time, and I was in a band, and I was like, this is what I want to do. This is how I want to sing. I was like, he could sing and scream. Like, yeah, cool. You know, and I didn't realize later that it's like, yeah, a lot of people can't do that.
It's an art form.
Yeah, but I've learned, like, at that stage in my life, I was like, that's what I'm going to do. So it was like, I practiced and learned on my own by listening to people like Linkin Park, you know what I mean? And learned and was in a band and, you know, obviously trying every kind of genre for many, many, many years. But that album was everything.
At what point do you, like, no, I have chills because it's like this really,
I have chills.
this thing that like, something that's had so much influence on you as a human being now becomes something that you have this honor and I mean, dude, like it is a weight, it's a responsibility, it's a bunch of things, and by the way, just
Is it?
what you've created, right? And
It's a responsibility.
I also like just to add on, like Emily. Well, we looked at it like we know that there's that idea of like, you know, it's important. Like the singer of this band is an important role that if we were to keep going, we'd have to like solve. I you know, to try and make it not so heavy on ourselves. I would call it like a math problem, like because that to me it takes the emotion out of it a little bit. It makes it feel doable. And I'd be like, yeah, we don't have the math. Like years ago, we just the math didn't work out. We didn't have the things we would need in order to keep going. So the idea was, you know, yeah, you got to figure out the equation. Like, what do we need? And it turns out, among other things, at least the stuff that's tangible, like the things that I can point my finger at and say that's important, is like obviously the talent. Emily's like talent as a vocalist, versatility, but there's also like the emotional aspect, like when she sings, do you feel like it's just like pouring out of her soul? Like, because that is such a thing. It's such an important part of the band's sound is having somebody who emotes that way, that it doesn't feel performative. And then most importantly, what most people don't even think about is, do we all get along really well, and do we like want to spend time together? Because we're gonna be spending a bunch of time together in the studio and then getting on the road and so on and so forth. And when friends of mine ask now, they're like, you know, how's everything been going? Like now you've been on the road together, you've done all these shows, and you're really getting into the thick of it. How is everything going? And these are friends that I can like say anything to. I could tell them if it sucked. And I was like, yeah, you know, one of the best things I notice is that like we'll be done with rehearsal. Let's say it's like, I don't know, it's like 4:30. Rehearsal ended at like 4, and we're still just like hanging out. Like we'll just sit around and hang out, and I not even notice to me, it's like I don't even notice we're there. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I gotta go home. Like we've been just sitting around and talking.
It's always the one person that's like, oh shit, I gotta go.
Yeah, somebody.
And then it kind of breaks up the party a little bit.
Right. But I feel like that's like, if not for that, we would totally just like sit around and hang out forever. Yeah. Which is that's such a good sign, right? Like,
yeah,
it's really nice.
Absolutely.
Well, you want to be vulnerable and create, and also like pave this path with people that you want to be around. Like,
yeah.
Being in a band is very much like having an extension of your family. You have to spend the most time with one another. You should enjoy it.
Yeah. Bands are like these days. So most artists that you see, like if you look at your stuff that you're listening to on, you know, your little playlist or whatever, I started to think like solo artist, duet, like this is 2 people, this is 3 people. And then beyond that, like bands, at least in my playlist of like modern music, bands are really rare these days, like that are coming out now. And I think that part of it is because it's hard. It's harder. The more people you put into that equation, the more chances for like just differing opinions about things. Not even the personal stuff. Not even like, oh, we gotta fight about a thing. it's more like, oh, I think the band should be like this, or I think the sound should be like this, or I think we should look like this on stage. And when you've got more people, then you've got more people pulling in different directions potentially. So it's pretty special to have, in our case, 6 people who are all pointed in generally the same, or at least a really similar direction.
It's
Yeah.
like art is subjective. One's career vision for themselves is personal, you know. So for it all to align is
Oh yeah, and I love being in a band.
Hold on. I stopped at 1349. I just noticed something that was really funny. They're still in the middle of talking. I'm not talking about what they're talking about yet. But Zach's pen is literally the same color as his sweater, and that shit is fucking awesome. I just noticed they're the same color, and I love it.
I mean,
1349.
About Dead Sarah. I was in Dead Sarah for 20 years, you know? Like, I love it.
you get it.
Yeah, and it's a lot of, you know,
Interpersonal and professional relationships.
yeah, but it's like the purpose there is so much greater, you know, and what we love to do. It's easy to kind of talk about, you know, what we need to just to get along, you know? And, you know, as long as you have that purpose there, or like you know what you're doing, or like it's about the music, it's about, you know, there's something there, there's a connection, it's quite easy, you know. And I'm always pushing people to be in bands, and I have been forever, and I'm always like high-fiving people like, just started a band. I'm like, fuck yeah, if there's anything I could do to help, it's like it's the greatest, it's the greatest reward when it works.
You mentioned, Mike, this idea of having to tackle this whole thing like a math problem, because the only way to do that is by putting emotions aside.
Yeah.
Okay, you know, like, is that like a part of grieving, or what? Like, what is that?
I don't think. I think that I just, you know, work for me, like defining things a certain way. Like words matter, right? Like I choose words that, like when we're writing lyrics, like every little detail is important. And for me, like
Whoa. Pause. We're at 1509. I'm actually going to back it up to Zach saying what he said. We're going to stop there. Okay, so the point kind of continues into more nuanced points surrounding that point. And that's great. I can't wait to hear what Mike has to say about this. I already spotted him walking back on his own logic, but it's okay. We're going to talk about what was just said. So they were talking about how being in a band is a big deal, how one's personal and collective aspirations can lead to friction within the band depending on what one's own personal ambition is in terms of career goals, stylistic choices, things like that. Okay? And that was really cool to hear. I think that it's a little challenging when Mike starts talking about it as a math equation. You know, he starts, and you can kind of hear him gulp on this one. He's like, and that's because he starts talking about what the math of making a band is, what the math of creating on a large scale with many people involved really means. I understand that. I don't think that that's a cold thing to say. I don't think that that's an unreasonable thing to say. You know, in reality, when you're in a band or any kind of, you know, for example, I'll use myself. I'm not in a band. I was a director, producer, writer for a chant, and a chant took me 3 years to bring across the finish line. Okay. That was, you know, I graduated from college. I spent a year in LA. I moved back to Arizona. I met my life partner, one of the biggest, greatest loves of my life. We went through COVID. There's a lot of stuff that happened in the middle there. So in many ways, my production pipeline was atypical because so many strange things happened at the same time. Or roughly the same time, because they didn't happen at the same time, but they happened within the same time. Because in reality, when you start a project and when you finish it, from my experience, it's one time. You have all these other times that are underlying, right? You have your normal life, you have your business life, you have your creative personal life that are all these, they're all in balance underneath everything. But when you're working on a project, it is one time. Even bringing that to my then EP, which no longer exists in its original form, that took about 6 months to put together. But in reality, I'd started writing those songs as early as 2017, 2018, and it came out in 22. So it's like, that's a time. That's from the beginning of the idea to the end of the idea. Materializing the final product counts as a time in my mind. And so for them, thinking about that, maybe it wasn't called From Zero at the time, but From Zero, from the beginning of its inception or the conception of the idea to the final product, that is a time. So if they began writing in 2017, which they did, then from 2017 to 2024 through 2025, really, whenever that tour ends and they finally close the entire album cycle, that is a time. And that's a lot of time, if you think about that. That's at least 8 years of time. So to hear them talk about math makes a lot of sense. To hear them speak about doing the math on Linkin Park and then remembering what was said on social media by Mike, by the band, about Linkin Park is really interesting, because that's not exactly how Mike Shinoda described what was going on with Linkin Park. Not from my understanding. I saw what he tweeted, okay? So looking back on the tweets, it's like, all right, I understand what you're talking about, but in reality, you didn't need another singer. Maybe you needed another drummer. Maybe. Because who knows what Rob was thinking at the time or what he's thinking now. We don't. But no, you didn't need a new singer. Mike Shinoda made that very clear. He did his entire solo career without an additional singer, and when he needed an additional singer, he went and he got one. Again, he had two singles actually, for the new Scream movie, but one of those singles includes Demi Lovato. We know that Mike Shinoda over the years has actually worked with many artists in both private musical sessions and more visible community creative projects and whatnot. So it's a bit weird to hear him talk about the math of Linkin Park like that, especially when, and I this is up for interpretation. I had said it more as like a fact in the first half of this From Zero listening party, that he, how do I say it? I don't want to say that. I don't know. I'm going to say that point, because it slipped out, was maybe not quite the point I was trying to make. So I'm going to backtrack a little bit. To say that Mike was working on that was it. It's my interpretation. But I saw screenshots of his most recent social media post about, our collective band played in 1997 for the first time, which would be Zero with an X. And now our band in 2024 is playing all these new shows. Here are our new tour dates for From Zero in 2025. To see that is really weird, because my interpretation, which I had stated as a fact in the previous video, was that Mike was saying Zero is its core members. Linkin Park was Zero with a new singer. And that's why Linkin Park now is Zero with a new singer. That to me was how I interpreted that message, because he's saying our, as in Mike, Brad, Joe, Dave. Rob. But there are some problems with that, right? Even in that generalization of the idea, because Rob's not in the group. Colin is. Mark isn't in the group either. Mark Wakefield, who was replaced with Chester. Emily is. So it's interesting that, well, for a couple of reasons this is interesting. One, the idea of what our is, what Zero is defined as a band is really interesting when it comes to how Mike perceives it, and how he's talking about it. It's also strange to think that Jason Lipschutz literally just wrote in his biography of Linkin Park that Rob was a founding member of Zero as well, and that historically Rob also is considered to be one of the three founders, along with Mike Shinoda and Bradford Delson, of Linkin Park. Zero became Hybrid Theory. Hybrid Theory became Linkin Park. And Chester was a part of Hybrid Theory and Linkin Park. And now Linkin Park is moved on without Rob. See? You see why that logic is kind of strange? And so hearing him talk about the math is interesting for that reason. It's also interesting to hear that he thought he needed a singer, because his entire solo career is built around the fact that he's popitized himself. He's made himself fundamentally accessible and digestible by the public. A lot of people during the From Zero, or I maybe not a lot, but a few people at the very least, during the From Zero listening party, they said, this just sounds like Mike Shinoda's solo work with a vocalist, a consistent vocalist on top of it. And I kind of agree with that, you know? I heard Post Traumatic. I heard Rising Tide. Rising Tide is the predecessor of Post Traumatic. So it's like, okay, how does Mike think about Fort Minor? How does Mike think about his solo career? If Zero is Mike's solo career, turned Hybrid Theory, turned Linkin Park, and he's got Fort Minor on the side, and Fort Minor is more like his solo stuff, which he did with Post Traumatic, but really he was working on Linkin Park the entire time, and now he's in Linkin Park and his solo career doesn't exist anymore. It's like, what are you doing? This is so messy. I understand being creative and finding your stride and trying out new things under different names, but then again, is that really what's going on here? Because in reality, if you were just Mike Shinoda doing Zero with your friends, why did you keep Linkin Park's name, its industry and commercial viability, under your thumb? If you were going to be in your own band with a new singer, why didn't you do that? And then there are these other interviews he's in where he's like, yeah, part of the, because part of the math is getting everybody involved, all the core members. And he said, Rob wanted nothing to do with it. And then he's saying, well, Brad didn't want anything to do with it either, but we got him involved. And he heard Casualty, and he's like, oh, we could do heavier stuff. And now Brad's involved, but he's not touring. So it's like, okay, that's interesting to me. Because part of the math was getting people to buy into the idea, but now we're only buying in it halfway. We're only buying into it halfway. So it's just messy. The entire idea that Mike was performing some kind of like mental math about what he needed. He said, what do we need to move forward? What do we want to move forward? That's the math. It's challenging to place it all into context and take him seriously entirely at this moment. Especially knowing that he's basically been doing band exercises since 2017. I mean, it's not at all out of the blue to say, or out of left field to say, Mike started writing music immediately after Chester died, because I know that was true. I was there. Anna had a problem because, well, maybe not a problem. I won't want to speak for her. But, I was very much so aware of the conversation around how much Mike was working because his way of dealing with his emotions was writing music. And he was always in the studio. I've been told in the past that Mike is such a workaholic that he actually has to like plan family time, which may or may not be true, which may or may not be relevant. But you know, I'm trying to think of this. I'm trying to like humanize him. I'm trying to get back into Uncle Mike zone because I've been so cold-shouldered by it that I just it's been hard. So you know, humanizing him, he uses his music as a way to emotionally process, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what a lot of musicians do. I've done it. I do it. Some of you have seen my community events, my live improvisations and whatnot. So in that way, we're not all that different, and it's not appropriate to say, well, we're so different because it's not true. But to think like your math was, oh well, I need to go do my own thing. Which, by the way, Post Traumatic did include producer credits for, at the very least, Bradford Delson. It's like, I don't understand what the problem with Linkin Park was. You guys were literally meeting regularly on the side for 7 years, in and out of creative sessions, in and out of auditioning other musicians. It didn't really seem like you had that much math to do. You were still working with Dave, you were still working with Brad, you were still working with Rob, you were still doing things. So like, what is this narrative? Maybe Mike doesn't even know. Maybe Mike doesn't realize how silly that sounds or realize how messy this really is in reality. And I know I'm going on kind of long here about this point, but you know, like I said, I'm trying to humanize it. I'm trying to put myself into understanding of him and his headspace because the way this all went down was just very deceitful and beside the point, like lost the plot entirely kind of stuff. And I don't know, it just, to hear him talk about math is like, what math were you really doing? You were working with the same people in your solo career. You wrote songs immediately after Chester died. You performed your first song at the Hollywood Bowl concert. By January of 2018, you had your post-traumatic EP. By June, you released the album. You toured that motherfucker. You came back and you built out your online career. You entered into a position as the head of the Web3 development community for Warner Music Group and used that as a way to develop your community, your creative endeavors. You were repeatedly involved with, you know, AAA budget acts like Scream and other things. You were pushing NFTs, you were pushing Bitcoin, you were doing a lot of stuff that is interesting to think about when you think about the math he's talking about. The other point I'd like to make is that to hear Emily say that she pushes people into being in bands, but that she didn't push this at all in any way, this Linkin Park interaction, is strange. It's the same kind of confusion or messiness, I think, logically speaking, as the mental math that Mike's trying to claim for himself. Because her friends literally pushed her to be a part of the Celebration show. She tried. So she likes bands, she likes people getting together and doing things. She doesn't push it ever, but she did try to get into the show. She then was contacted by Mike and didn't say no. They came in and did some work. That was in 2019. They had their first sessions while Mike was doing his mental math, having already done post-traumatic or was in the middle of post-traumatic. And then she apparently, according to the canon so far, it might be changed by the end of this interview, she didn't hear from them again until 2024 when she came in to do the tracking. But we already know that's not true because she said that in the winter of 2023, she went abroad to Europe and that she had known she was going to be Linkin Park singer by then. So by the time January rolled around, she was returning from Europe knowing she was Linkin Park singer. So we have to move that back to 2023. So in 2023, they cleaned up the album and brought her in. And, or vice versa. They had the album written, so to speak. They had her come in. They made changes depending on how she interacted with the music and the band. And then she knew for a fact she was going to be that singer. So by the time January rolled around, it's strange because then if you think of the 9/5/24 show, the LPU showcase where they brought out the Emptiness Machine and contracted the audience as Chester Bennington and introduced Alex but didn't explain Brad and introduced Colin but didn't explain Rob. She literally said, Mike taught me how to sing these parts in 8 months, whatever it was from January. And that's so strange. Like, the math here doesn't exactly add up, and I don't know if it's just them being sloppy or if it's them just in their own headspace, not really aware of how some of these things come together, or if there's a narrative they're trying to push. I'm not really sure. So it's interesting to hear Mike's comment on the math of building out an outfit like a band the size of Linkin Park. And it's interesting to hear Emily say that she doesn't try to push things together, but she's always super excited for people to be in bands together. And to hear a little bit about her history with Warner Music and Dead Sarah and how long she was with Dead Sarah specifically. Okay, we're going to move on. So 1439 is where we stopped. Go.
You mentioned, Mike, this idea of having to tackle this whole thing like a math problem because the only way to do that is by putting emotions aside.
Yeah.
Is that like a part of grieving, or what? Like, what is that?
I think
I'm going to stop it right there, 1453, because I actually want to correct Zach right there. I know, right? Well, but Zach said that Mike's mental math on outfitting a band like Linkin Park means that he had to calculate the emotions he was going to put to the side. But that's not what Mike was saying, I don't think. I think he was actually saying the opposite. I think he was saying part of the mental math is understanding who you can interact with, who you are compatible with, and who you're willing and wanting to spend vast amounts of time with. That is emotional, okay? Because you can't be on a 40-show tour without wanting to be around that person. So that's incredibly emotional. So I just want to correct Zach on that. I think a lot of people, especially interviewers, might sometimes, especially with me, I'll speak from my experience. I've had a lot of people talk to me about emotional things. And I think that the definition of emotion when it comes to asking someone about their emotional math or their emotional practices or their perspectives, the definition of that word emotion can be very different depending on who you're talking to. The way that I see it is that Mike is talking entirely about emotional math when it comes to the configuration of band members, specifically. He's talking about people he's been through some of the most grueling life things with, like Chester, Dave, Joe, Brad, Rob. A lot of them became fathers. They started families. They took on the industry together in 2006 when Warner had its big shift in higher ranking executives and also financial allocations, allocation of money. When Warner Music Group decided to restructure entirely, they took on the company. And I think that is something like, those things are things like money's hard enough, families are hard enough, creative endeavors are hard enough. These are all emotional things. And I think that the math that Mike's talking about is on this level is entirely emotional. So I just wanted to clarify that and my perspective on that from Zach's comment, because I don't think that was entirely understanding of what was being talked about. Okay, 1453.
I think that I just, even for, work for me, like defining things a certain way, like words matter, right? Like I choose words that, like when we're writing lyrics, like every little detail is important. And for
Okay.
me, like, when I call it a math problem, I think that's just like a self-defense mechanism, so that it doesn't feel as like scary.
Totally. Because emotions
math is finite, like, right? So like that's very doable to me. And as we were like getting through it, I think like M was saying, it came into focus really gradually and really organically. It didn't we didn't go, all right, starting today, we're going to reform the band. Starting today, we're going to find a singer. Like that's like leaving your apartment and saying, starting tonight, I'm going to find a spouse. It's just like, you're going to do what? That's a crazy thing to do. Don't do that.
I actually did
Why
say
don't
I'm
you
going to
go
find
out
a
and,
spouse.
see who's out there and hang out with some people and meet somebody and see if you get along. Like that's way better.
That's part of
And by the
looking
way,
right.
I think I'm riffing off of this because this was actually our bass player Dave's kind of his. He said that at one point, like he made that analogy. He described that analogy, and I just thought that was so funny and so real that yeah, you don't like keep the pressure off yourself a little bit, and like we'll just make music, and we'll meet people, and eventually, if it's meant to be, like we'll connect with those things. We'll connect with the right music. We'll
I have a
connect with the
comment
right
about
people,
that.
and we'll figure it out.
So in 2019, when you guys started working together, were those
Here,
Linkin
I'm gonna
Park
break it right there. I don't know who this guy is, so I don't know his name.
People, and we'll figure it out.
So in
I'm gonna stop it right there. 1640. Okay. I just want to touch on what Mike said about being, because what Zach had said was, so that that mental math that you're doing about the outfitting of this band, is that a part of grieving, putting your emotions aside? And I think Mike said basically what I was saying, which is that, and he said it in a roundabout way, but or maybe in a subtle way, because he was talking more about like finding a singer and talking about the prospect of finding someone to install more permanently into the outfit. He brought in some stuff that Dave said, and I'll touch on that. But the question was, is the math a part of grieving? Now, I just watched a wonderful video about the movie Midsommar, which I actually really love. I like Ari Aster's work. When Chester died, one of my favorite movies I saw in theater, which also gave me a headache, was Hereditary. Okay? So it has a special place in my heart. Midsommar was something I jumped on as an artist because I think Ari just makes really pretty looking stuff, and I am very interested in the way that different people think about things and produce things. So I always am open to new experiences, but I also like to follow artists. When I watched this video yesterday, which was, I was wrong about Midsommar, it was the author saying, I initially had this almost calloused idea of what the characters in the movie were going through because I thought that they were just idealized versions of the person they represented or the experience and the how do you say it? The processing of that experience. I was wrong because now I'm experiencing this loss in my life, and now I'm trying to learn more about grieving and what grief is, and just trying to see myself more. I realized that this isn't idealized at all. This is actually a really well-rounded understanding of what this processing and what this experiencing really looks like. And I agree with that. There's something that they helped me to understand was that they utilized a text in their explanation of themselves that defined clearly what grief was and what grieving was. Grief is loss, the experiencing of loss. It is the perception of loss, meaning that you something that you see yourself in is subtracted from the equation of your life. and you have to find a way to deal with that. And that in reality, it's not these stages of grief that you go through linearly. It's a non-linear process in which you bounce between grieving and moving forward. And I like that personally for myself because I often am bouncing in between things, especially when my father died. It was like, I got to keep moving. I have to go back to college. I have to graduate. I have to move to LA. I have to work on my movie. I have to make friends. I have to find a place that I belong. I have to find somebody that I can trust. I have to find my confidant. And then on the other side, it was, well, I didn't get to see my dad before he died, and I can't listen to his music, and do I even want to be a musician? And, there were just all these things that I was processing, having experienced. And so I think that it's really important to acknowledge that there is a difference between those things. And so when Zach is saying, hey, is the mental math part of the grieving process, putting those feelings aside, when I said that, Mike is actually, I think, talking about an emotional process and not at all putting his emotions to the side, but incorporating them entirely into the equation of his life. I think that when Mike goes on to talk about it, he says some really interesting stuff, because I don't think he ever mentioned grieving. I don't think he mentioned grieving at all in that. I think he addressed what I was saying about the emotional content of calculation, but I don't think that he was talking about grieving, because really grieving is the process of moving through what you experienced and finding yourself in things again. In a way, it sounds like he did answer that, because in a way he did actually say that before the question was asked, but not when the question was asked. Mike goes on to say it was part of a defensive mechanism to call it math, that math is finite, and that in reality emotions aren't, they change and evolve. And I like that. I thought that was insightful. But one of the things that I want to say about that is that, when you're doing the mental math on a band like Linkin Park and you're thinking about outfitting it with, like he said, what do we need and what do we want? What do we need to continue and where do we want to go? You are doing it. You know what I mean? Like, that is emotional. You are looking for a spouse, because in reality, when you're building a band back like Linkin Park, what you're looking for is to fulfill the emptiness of the position that was once filled. So, like he said, I needed to find a singer. So even though he may not have intended to go out and find a singer, he was looking for one. And I think that his use of Dave's Dave's interesting little example there of like, that's like saying, leaving your apartment one day and then being like, I'm going to find a spouse. Well, as somebody who actually did that because I was looking for someone who I could confide in, someone I could trust, someone I could rely on to help me move through certain things, to help me purify or temper elements of myself that I felt were in need of tempering, you do have to make that choice. In a way, I was outfitting my own Linkin Park when I was finishing college and moving to LA and out of LA, working on my film. And so from my own personal experience, I think that it's really funny that he feels that that's not relevant in the same way, because in my mind, it's the same thing. I did the same thing that they are doing, and so in my mind, we are doing the same thing. Because even though I wanted a spouse, for example, it doesn't mean I wasn't hanging out with people. That's how you meet your spouse. That doesn't mean I wasn't putting myself in situations and experimenting with my own creativity and creating on my own terms. That's what you do. You should always be living your life forward, and you should always be looking forward to life. And if it's really operating in the way that's most healthy, in my opinion, you're always moving forward. And sometimes moving forward paradoxically also means you're moving backwards, but that's a different point. I digress. So to circle back to this part of the conversation, it's a bit bizarre that, again, there seems to be this lack of understanding of what exactly it is that they're saying. And it could just be my interpretation, of course. I am putting definitions on terms like emotion. I am reading into certain terms like grieving and looking for his response in a certain way. And so maybe it is just me, but that's also all anything ever is. It is only just me. So, I'm thinking about this and I'm trying to think critically and empathetically, or trying to apply empathy here. And I think that Mike kind of skipped the topic of grieving entirely, while also kind of not. And it's a little, it's like it's a halfway thing. And I feel like it's important to identify it and talk about it because it is a serious thing. You know, that was a real question. Is that emotional math a part of the grieving process? And his response was no, but yes, because he never brought up grieving or grief, but he did talk about grieving and grief from the perspective of outfitting this new band, which is what they said. So when I bring it back to what they said on Twitter and things like that in the past, you know, they said we are retooling the band. We are figuring out what we want, what we need. We don't have any intention of coming back, although we did want to play live. And so I understand that. You know, I see that tying directly into what he had said in the past, which is why also when it comes to the present, it's like, how can you say you weren't expecting any of this to happen when you were actually workshopping it? You were workshopping it this entire time. That's what you were doing. And that's not a diss. That's not a negative thing at all. That's just an acknowledgement. Like, for 7 years, you retooled your band. Which is why, again, it's weird that you're talking about it in zero terms. It's weird that you're saying our in a certain way, etc. So I'm going to move forward. They're going to ask about the 2019 sessions here. I don't know who this guy is. They have not said his name. I hope they do, so I cannot say that guy. But, okay, 1640. Let's do it.
In 2019, when you guys started working together, were those Linkin Park sessions, or what were you working on then?
No.
No.
It was just like, I think the first thing we worked on was something I already had, right? I think it was one song that I already had, and then we did another day where we just made something from scratch. And I liked, right?
Yeah.
We do 3 days, or was it just the 2?
I think it was 2.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And it was
I thought they already said
old
this.
Studio.
Yeah.
And it was...
Pause. 1711. I'm just going to pause it real quick and say, I thought that they already clarified on what the duration of that initial 2019 creative session was in their one-to-one interview, which is basically just Mike recording Emily and him talking about the album, quote unquote, a week and a half before the reveal. Who knows if that's true? But I don't know. I thought that was clarified. I could be wrong, but we'll find out because we're going through all the interviews. I will say that for as challenging as Emily's presence can be, I really do enjoy this cat pillow, whether it was hers or not. I don't know, but that is a pretty cool thing. 1711.
They're good. Like, I like those tracks. They weren't like right for this record. But maybe someday people will hear them. I don't know.
And it wasn't until we came back and started writing again, it was like, oh.
It changed a
the
lot.
songs that are being here on the album. Like, it was just like something clicked. Like, I was ready, and I think they were ready, like, whether we knew it or not.
So nothing from that creative session made it on the album, which is interesting.
Just being like, whatever's going to happen from this, it's going to be cool.
Not everybody cares about quality.
Add.
Some people just
One
want
second.
crap. If that's you, Bespoke Post is not for you. Every month they fill your cart with suggestions from small brands based on...
How'd you know?
1740.
Well, I was a little more like, I was a little more of a believer earlier because I spent the most time with Emily. So I was like, yeah, she's good. She's like, in all of the things I just described earlier, like, she's good. And I think the guys are gonna like her, but I don't wanna be pushy
interesting.
about it. Like, I wanna just like present.
Mike
what I
spent the
think
most
I
time
know
alone with
and
her
let
when
them
they initially started writing.
react. And so we just started doing some sessions, and I played them. Did I tell you I even made them like a little very, very short Dead Sarah playlist.
A little medley.
It was only like 5 or 6 songs. because I was like, if I had sent them an album and asked them to pick through that, I was like, that's just
Forget it. Yeah.
yeah. I feel like they might, but it's like there's something less intimidating about like no, like here's like an EP
Yeah.
that I put together.
absolutely.
But it was specific to like it's
Curated.
specific to like these are songs that I know have a connection to our songs that if you hear these and then you start thinking about One Step Closer and Waiting
fair.
to the End,
I do
and
similar things.
different songs with different that require a different kind of singing, all of the variety of the band, you're going to listen to this and go, huh, I could see that. Maybe that does work. And so I started just giving them different pieces and saying, am I crazy or is this like cool? You know, and
I want to know what songs those are.
I can show you. I think I still have the playlist.
Awesome.
I think I still have the playlist. And then one big turning point, like there are checkpoints where it was like, oh, is this conversation just took a step up. And one of the big ones was kind of out of nowhere, Joe, we were sitting and talking about the new music that we were writing, and we had like over a dozen songs at that point that we liked. And M had sung, I think, lead on one or two, like a part, like a chorus on one or two of them, and sung backgrounds on a couple, and that was it at that point. And Joe said it was just me and Joe and Dave, and Joe was like, do you think Emily would just sing? Could we just have her sing all of the stuff? And he wasn't like being silly. He was like serious. He's like, do you think we could demo like her voice as the lead, like on certain songs, like just her on the whole song, just to hear what that sounds like? And I heard him say that. I was like, this dude's a believer. He's because she's gonna do I know she'll be down to do it. I know he's gonna hear it and he's gonna like it. I'm positive. So then I was like, okay, this is
confusing.
This is the fact that he came to that conclusion before even I suggested anything was like really
No.
big deal.
No. Wait. We're pausing 2042. That was very confusing. So they said that they only did that original 2 to 3 day session in 2019, which may or may not be what they said for their one-to-one interview that was released back a couple of weeks ago after the Compass TV. I keep saying it that way. Compass TV interview that went missing. He said that they only had that 2 to 3 day session. And then he said, we had a couple of sessions. And he didn't clarify whether or not, it sounded like he was saying that Emily and him had been writing together separate from that, or, continuing from that. So that was a little confusing. I would like to know more of the timeline on that, just because they are talking about it. Like, we're trying to build a bigger picture here of how the interaction happened, why, and, whatever you can add to that. So we're trying to understand what's going on here and what has been going on here. Are they misunderstood? Did they just come in excited and not read the room correctly? Is there a greater ulterior motive behind all of this? Given who, it's really easy to forget who Emily is talking one-to-one like this, or one-to-one in the interview that I was talking about a couple weeks ago. But we have to remember who she is, and we have to remember who Mike is. There are a couple of things about what was just said that I need to talk about, because that was confusing. Was there one initial session in 2019 that was 2 to 3 days, and then they chose to continue after that? Or are they saying that this happened relatively close to that original session, which is different, I think, than what I just said, because coming back to it would mean time passed. But if it's relatively close to that original session, then it could easily be lumped in with the original session, right? He uses the term believer here. He says that he knows she would have sang lead on everything, which is understandable. Like I said, if you're Alex and you are hired to play every Linkin Park song ever on guitar, on tour, that's kind of a sick job, right? That's kind of a cool job. I understand how cool that is. So I understand where Emily might be coming from in this situation. I understand why Mike would say that about Emily. but that timeline is murky. It's interesting that he was such a believer in Emily. Like, he's saying, I wasn't looking for a singer. I didn't think that Emily was going to be the singer. But he's like, no, I was a big believer. I like put an EP together that was essentially a medley of Dead Sarah songs for the band so they could see how she is in her band, but also how each of those songs relates to something that we would have made. And you can kind of see her in the context of Linkin Park. That's a great idea. I totally understand that. It's not suspicious to me at all. But to say that you weren't looking for a singer, to not acknowledge that you were a true believer from the beginning, that you had every intention of getting Emily on these tracks, is strange. Because you said you weren't doing that. But I understand being excited, and also I understand, categorizing things in a certain way based on where your mental is at, and maybe that's not how he saw it at the time, but coming off of this interview, it feels like that's what he's saying. Then to say that, he didn't push it on Joe at all, but that Joe himself came to the conclusion, oh, let's temp Emily's vocals over these dozen, or a number of songs from this dozen tracks that we made, right, that we're working on. That he didn't push it on Joe. I don't think he pushed it on Joe, but yeah, you did kind of insinuate, project into that space. You were like, here's an EP of Dead Sarah, Emily Armstrong, here's how it relates to our work, get it in your head that I like this person. And then for Joe to naturally, after, this creative process, to be like, hey, let's temp her vocals over everything. It's not in a vacuum. You can say you weren't looking for a singer, but Mike, you did reach out to Emily first. That's what you said. I don't mean to sound nitpicking. I don't mean to sound like I'm pulling it apart, but that is what we're doing here. We are looking at the fine details of the things being said. There's a big difference between ulterior motive and genuine misunderstanding. Okay? The confusion is real. So to say that you reached out to Emily because you knew you had to meet her, that you worked with her and you really liked her vocals, created an EP, so to speak, a collection of Dead Sarah songs with relative importance to Linkin Park songs, and then you showed it to the group, and then after a prolonged creative session, which resulted in a dozen songs, Joe wanted to cherry pick some songs in which he wanted only Emily Armstrong's vocals over. That is exactly what you're saying it's not. It just is. I don't think I'm being biased in saying that. I think as an artist and understanding how these things evolve, as somebody who does it myself, as a producer of many things, that's not a vacuum incident, okay?
And I suggested anything was like...
You did suggest things. You suggested a lot. Okay. 2042, ready?
How are you taking those songs on and embodying them and bringing them to life and feeling them fully in a way that seems like...
You talking about the new stuff?
I mean, yeah, new stuff.
Yeah. Well,
old stuff too, but
sure.
new stuff first.
Yeah, I mean, there was some of the demo, like most of them were demos. Some of them were completely done. And I think more of the demo, they all have different kind of, every song has its own emotion and everything going on that you kind of have to just adapt to or try and figure out or make it your own, right? So it's, and I've never been in a situation where it's like, here are the songs pretty much done. And I'm like, that's great. Like for me, I'm like, that's awesome. Cause like, I don't know, like, and he's such a good writer. And so it's like, yes. So that's already like the easy part where I'm like, awesome. I'm going to sing songs. Absolutely. And I'm going to do my best to try and, like he was saying, put the emotion in it, put what does the listener want to hear? How do I bring these lyrics to life in a way? And we were getting to know each other, him as a producer and pushing me in ways that I loved, that I was never, or if I ever did, have the chance to do that with great writers and producers, I learned a lot. So this was like I was in that seat like every day, and I was just like, okay, so you find a rhythm in that, and you find the flow of it, and
That's understandable.
taking suggestions and some things, and you get into this whole world of it, and you get lost in the different songs and in a great way. You want to get there, you want to be in that place, and you feel safe. And I always want to do the best I possibly can, and sometimes I don't know what that is. Sometimes I think it's like in a completely different direction, and I'm getting frustrated. And he's just like, Emily, like, here, just take a 10-minute break, come back, don't think at all, and just sing it. And I'm like, oh, okay. And
That's
then it
common.
sounds
I
fine.
think that part's common.
Yeah.
A lot of singers will
Like,
get
just
in their
go
head
away.
about.
Yeah.
They'll get in their head about a thing because they've when you're recording
Ad.
repeating
Trying to sell me on
a
luxury.
part over and over.
No,
right?
thank you.
And so that can
Over
be.
each other.
It could be a little like mind numbing. Your brain gets lost in the repetition of it, and you don't know which version of the performance is good or bad at that point. So that's super common. I'm used to dealing with that with anybody who's like vocal I've produced, and I get it myself too when I sing sometimes. But specifically, like, I remember when we were working on So Over Each Other is that's a song that just came out actually, and it's one of the first ones where I remember I told you Joe said let's have Am sing the whole song. So that song we had written, we knew it was good. We loved the track. We loved the lyrics and the melody, and we took the track. We pitched it so that it was better for her range, her vocal range. We had to pitch it higher because I was singing it originally. So pitched it up and got the track in good shape, and then had Emily sing it down. And as she was going, we played around with some new, we changed the melodies a little bit in a couple spots just because she was singing these other things that sounded cool. And that's, to me, when she was talking about just now getting lost, in the process in a good way, you're so when you're doing that, you're at a point for me, a point in the process where the song is already so good, and you've almost there's this intangible spiritual connection between you and the song, and you're talking to each other.
Not almost.
And it's telling
It
you
is a
what it
spiritual
wants.
connection, homie.
I don't know how else to describe it. I know that sounds like some woo-woo,
Oh my God, how
stuff,
esoteric.
But I believe, but
That
I
was a
feel
throwback.
that way when I'm working on a song that I know is a standout.
He said woo-woo.
There's something special about the song. I feel connected to it, and I feel like I can almost hear it asking for. I'll hear melodies, and she was doing that, where she would, instead of singing the thing she was supposed to sing, she'd sing a different thing slightly, and we'd be like, "Oh, that's better. That is better. Let's do that. That's the new part now. Let's try some things like that." So, as we got through that process and arrived at the version that you hear on the album now, that's out today. The final version of Over Each Other is a result of all of that, exploration and us figuring it out together, and by the way, also Emily singing a thing that the band then went, "Oh yeah, I think she's really good. She might be our singer."
A lot of this album, From Zero, which is
Okay,
it's
hold on.
incredible.
2605. Zach's starting another question. So, they were talking about producing vocals and the general creative process. Continuing on that same vein of thought that I was just talking about. That was really interesting to hear more about the creative process. It makes sense. Emily, this entire response is kind of split between Emily and Mike, which is cool. That was a good balance. I think hearing Emily talk about how, and it seemed like she was really stepping on something right there. She was like, "Oh, all of the great producers that I've had the chance to work with." It kind of seemed like there was a moment where she just really wanted to make sure that she let them know I wonder who she was talking to. That you get into a position in a creative context like this, an environment like this, where you are learning from the producer how to produce yourself. And I think that was a really I think that was a genuine moment from Emily. I think that was nice to see. Her saying, you know, it was nice to be in the seat learning in real time from somebody like Mike about the process of making things like this. Or even just making anything at all. And that's where she was kind of like, and all the producers that I ever had worked with. And I thought that was kind of interesting. Maybe that's just her catching her breath. Maybe that's just a clearing of the throat. Maybe there's nothing there at all. But that was an interesting little moment there. And so that was cool from Emily. I think that was more genuine than some of the stuff we've seen in the past. Especially coming from that initial Zane Lowe interview where she seemed almost like entirely cold-hearted and robotic. It is kind of easy in this setting to forget who she is. Which, you know, I suppose I should say a little bit on and then move on to Mike, because as Chester Bennington's oldest son, I absolutely understand how it feels and what it must be like to have something like the Church of Scientology held over your head. You know, you're openly gay, you're creative in the industry. Yes, you may have, and I'm speaking about Emily right now, right? What we know of Emily. You've been in a band for 20 years. Like, you want to create this sense of separation between your origin and what you've created from your origin. And so I understand how difficult that can be. And I can understand how challenging it might be to hear someone like me be like, oh, she's in Scientology, she's in Scientology, she's in I can understand that. That's probably frustrating. It could be frustrating potentially. But I also want to acknowledge, like, I've not been shitting on the band for no reason. I have not offered criticism for no reason. And I have been pretty fair in my judgments of what's happening here. Especially with my live stream featuring Serge Del Mar, a survivor of Scientology, an ex-Scientologist, a former Scientologist. Post the Kia Forum show, I said that Emily overall did improve her performance from that first LPU show, that first LPU showcase. There you go. There's the other half of the word. From that initial showcase, that I could see her hurting herself in the future, but that I wanted her to know that, you know, she did improve, and I did appreciate that. But there were parts of the performance I did not like, which I still do not like. It is extremely challenging to hear her say any fucking thing that my father said, with no clarification on her position in Scientology, her a real apology to the Danny Masterson victims, and acknowledgement of that context. But I did say, you know, she's in a prime position because it's like oceanfront property. You know, you got this killer house, you got this killer affluence. You could use it to be a part of the change. You could use it to be good and do helpful things, be a part of the solution, not the problem. And I offered that to her. I said, you know, you don't have to be the demon of your past. You don't have to be the cult of Scientology. Please be a part of the solution. And so, you know, with all that being said, like, there is a lot riding on Emily Armstrong. Whether they want to play it up or play it down, it doesn't matter. And they meaning Linkin Park. It doesn't matter. The truth is that there is a lot riding on Emily Armstrong. But I do understand the pressures that likely are causing mental interference on some level. Like, people still don't fully see me. And I'm 28 years old. And I am really putting in the work out here to correct the narrative clarify on certain things, be the change, from having come from a perspective or an origin point where I, coming from the zero of being a part of the problem unwittingly. I was in a cult too. Okay. I escaped as well. And if that is what's going on with her, then, my condolences to the death of your ego, because it's not something that is totally separable. You can't. Like, yes, it's easy to lose yourself in Emily Armstrong here. Her deadpan comedy, the way she holds herself is something that is absolutely wearing on me in this moment, during this interview, watching this. But it's so important to remember that just because somebody looks nice or sounds nice does not mean that they are nice, that they are ideal, that they are putting in the work. And so, for as much as I like to bring in that point of like, oh, yeah, she's definitely still the daughter of a high-ranking Scientologist and apparently, according to growing up in Scientology, still is a very active member of the community. She's just a normal person. Is like, I don't know. I have a special place in my heart for people like that. I have a special place in my heart for Nepo babies like that. I have it for the Smith kids. I have it for myself and my siblings. I have it for Emily Armstrong. I feel like it's important to always bring back the reality of the situation and also acknowledge that a person is just a person. So yeah. And then to hear Mike talk about the creative process in a little bit more of a direct way, like, oh, we wrote, because basically what he's saying here is that there are two categories of songs. There are songs that are fully produced, almost to the T, all T's crossed, I's dotted. And then there are songs that are still malleable and moldable and in the process of being made into what they should be. But that over each other happens to be the song that they thought, oh yeah, this is Emily. Emily's going to be the singer for our band. Like, she really is nailing it. That is concerning. That part in specific, it's cool to hear about the way that there's these two categories of songs, that Joe and Dave were involved in a lot of these sessions, probably Brad as well. But to hear that over each other happen to be the song is really strange because of the music video, because of the way in which the singles were rolled out, the cryptic nature of the text of the album and all the albums that came before it with regards to Linkin Park's discography. And so I just feel a need to acknowledge that, the video itself is about Emily crashing a car unintendedly, which would be the vehicle, right? And dying in the process, watching the survivors move on without her and being stuck in between worlds. And given my father's history with the band, it is extremely challenging to watch something like that and go, well, how are you not acknowledging what this is? Because, Gray Days, and I should say this, I don't think it's ever okay to dismiss someone's mother the way that Ryan Shuck dismissed Chester's mother. In reality, Susan has done nothing close to what I've done, but he still lumped her in with me. I'm the only one out here doing this, okay? Don't do that. She's a grieving mother. She's an old woman now. Like, fuck off, okay? But I will say that I don't think that she was talking about Linkin Park. I do think she was talking about Gray Days, because historically, Sean Dowdell is a bully and kind of a sadist, maybe a masochist, but totally and entirely an idiot. He has threatened me with physical violence. He's threatened Chester with physical violence. That's why when he did it to me, I was like, I'll fucking fight you, bro. Because he doesn't seem to understand. And when I brought up in my first half of this listening party the thing about Anna, I was like, you guys seem to forget who the fuck I am. It's because I'm Jamie fucking Bennington. I'm Chester's oldest son. Whether you all want to fucking acknowledge that or not is your problem. It's not mine. And I'm going to fucking strut my stuff because I fucking know who I am. I did the work. I know who I am. I grew up. I know who I am. You will not fucking tell me I'm not. And though I'm open to reception, I'm open to criticism. I'm receptive to criticism. I am very malleable that way. But I do know who I am. Okay. Um, that story entirely matches up with everything I know about Sean Dowdell. I don't think it's okay for Ryan to do what he did, but I also think that maybe Susan is confused. Toby, Chester's sister, is like that. They confuse things. They say things out of context, or they think they're talking about something they're really not talking about that thing, or they change their story every couple of days or whatever, which actually happens to be the case with a lot of people I know, including my biological mother. But, you know, Susan also has false memories of me. And that was part of our reconnection, was that she actually thought that I threatened to kill her, which is like nothing. I've never done that to anybody. Maybe Isaiah, but Isaiah has threatened to kill me multiple times, my younger brother. And he has physically assaulted me multiple times as an adult. So, you know, growing up is a different thing. When you're doing that with your siblings in an environment in which you have CPTSD and you're working through it without therapists and you're raised in a religious background, is a whole different fucking thing than actually saying it as an adult to real people. I do not do that. And when I talked to her about it, I said, hey, you know, I understand that's how you feel, and maybe that's how it felt, and that's how the memory is. Because as Claro says so eloquently, the feeling is the memory. I would never. And what she described in that moment between us, and I know this is more anecdotal and we're kind of like way off the point at this point, but it is important to say, you know, talking about Susan, she told me that I also said I was going to marry certain people and that there were certain things going on, and that wasn't true either. She said that happened immediately after, like literally minutes after. And I was like, there's no way, because that never happened. There's no way that happened. I'm sorry. Like, I don't mean to, you know, take the story away from the victim. I don't mean to tell you that you're crazy or anything like that. I'm just saying what you're saying is literally impossible. So we had that conversation. And to see that happen with Rolling Stone, and to have Linkin Park drawn into it, and to have Samantha Bennington of all people come in and be like, yeah, she's fucking confused and blah, blah, blah. That was insulting. And I don't think enough people have actually held Samantha Bennington accountable for her behavior with me, her behavior with Toby, her behavior with Susan. And so I'm just gonna say, like, it's not okay for Ryan to do what he did. I think that in reality, yes, I do think that Susan was very confused. I think that these kinds of cognitive dissonance do exist in my family. It's one of the things I've had to work with. I have false memories. So, you know, I think that's just something to touch on. Now with Mike, again, I feel like hearing that over each other was this big moment. It's just kind of weird, especially because Grade A's Sean Dowdell actually did threaten Chester with a replacement who was a girl, a female. By the way, when Amir Durak said, "Oh, I like that they did the thing with the girl. That when I thought choosing a girl was awesome." I have to correct him. Emily is a woman, not a girl. And I think that is a blindly misogynistic way to perceive of what's going on. Not a girl, a full-grown woman, older than me, okay, by like a decade, okay? So Emily's nearing 40, Mike is nearing 50. Okay, so with that being said, Emily is obviously in the place of my father, who had been threatened with being replaced with a girl. At the time, it really was a girl or a young woman. I have heard this story before, by the way, from people who knew Sean back in the day. By the way, for any of you who don't know, Sean Dowdell was one of my father's bullies when he was young. Never forget. My dad is a very forgiving person when he shouldn't be, but trauma will do that to you. And so to see Emily replace Chester was almost like this hyper meta thing. I was like, I don't know about that. A vehicle as a metaphor would be the vehicle of the band, which would be the crown, as I stated in my last video as well. If you look at the documentary featurette, the featurette for the tour, they say this is the crown, basically, and they're talking about the tour. So heavy as the crown is a reference to the embodiment of the energy, which is the happening of the tour. And to see the car crash because of Emily, who is metaphorically my father, in a figurative way, an embodiment of my father, crash the car and then die, and then watch the same-sex partner, which all of the members of the band were men, move on through their lives, whisked away to whatever medical services there are, and to have multiple medicinal and medical references throughout the album. It just feels weird. And then the last thing I want to say about this point before we move on is that Mike saying that every single word he says on an album is so specific and so important is gold, because you all need to fucking acknowledge that. Like, everything I'm saying about reading into these lyrics, taking it seriously, holding him accountable for his behavior, like, it's real. He just said it. Everything that he puts on the album is intentional. Every word, every emotion is put there for you to eat, to cross-reference, to walk back. He wants you to pull the line and look back. When you see the lyric breakdown that I did for the first half of this listening party, you'll realize, oh yeah, it's mega hypertextual. Like, everything is connected all the way back to the early demos. Not even just for Hybrid Theory, but for Zero. So when Mike is saying, well, everything I do is super meaningful, remember that he has also said multiple times over the years that he does not do things that way, that nothing is that meaningful. Okay. But here he is saying that it is that meaningful. And this is kind of, I'm kind of touching on a point that I made earlier on as well. Not in this video, maybe this video, but I don't think so. But in the first half of the listening party, which is that it seems as though because the band is so big now that they've done their pre-release world tour, that they've touched all their hot spots around the globe, they are now walking back on lies that they've told in the past. Like Mike saying that they met in 2017, right after the LPU showcase in September 5th, and then saying, well, no, we met in 2019. Right here he's saying, well, we've actually met in 2017, and then I walked back in 2019. Is that a bad thing? No. Why did you lie to us? Who knows? Wait, oh, I know, because I just listened to the entire album, and you said you're a motherfucking liar, and that you're putting out fires by being a liar. So it's very interesting to think that they lied their way back onto the scene, and now are walking back gently the lies that they brought themselves back into the scene with. And I don't think that that's totally ethical. I would like to see them take more accountability for that. We haven't finished the interview, so let's continue. 26 minutes, 5 seconds. Ready?
Incredible.
Thank you.
Right?
That's so good.
Yeah.
It's
She's good. She's
I,
very good.
Calm down. Calm down.
the stories.
She's really good at taking a
Calm
compliment.
down.
Loves
I
compliments.
gotta say, brother, the stories you're telling in every song are so.
I'm going to wait right there. 26:18. It wasn't a long play. I just want to say, I've seen Emily repeatedly put herself down as being as good as she is. And I don't think she's playing a game. I don't think she's putting on a face. I think Emily genuinely doesn't believe that she's as good as she is. I've said it multiple times. I think that Emily is a good vocalist, even great at times. It's the way that she's in this band. It's the way that this has all happened that makes me upset with her. It's knowing her background, knowing that certain things need to be addressed and they aren't, okay? And so seeing Emily right there, they're like, yeah, it's really good. The song's really good. And she's like, yeah, calm down. I don't think that's an ego move. I think that I've seen enough of Emily say, I'm not good, to know that she genuinely deep down doesn't believe that. And, I could be wrong. I'm just reading this, never having met Emily officially, not even knowing that Linkin Park was going to do this whole rollout. Emily is, this is a message to Emily again. Emily, please, please. If I can say I'm that motherfucker, I'm that good, you can say it. And I think you should. I think that it would actually do you better in the long run to release yourself from that self-doubt, because there's no room for doubt here at all. And maybe it's not meant to come off that way. Maybe that's not how you actually feel, and maybe that's just what you're used to saying, you know. We call it being humble, right? But from somebody who routinely put themselves down and tried to mean absolutely nothing to anything forever, and who has recently decided to change that approach to life, I am begging you, acknowledge yourself authentically in a real way. Love yourself for who you are. Acknowledge how good you are. Okay? Because if you could sing some of the stuff on this album for real, you're actually that fucking good. Okay? I don't know if you can. I haven't heard very stellar performances, but I also think that you fucking actually hurt yourself trying to do Chester Bennington when you shouldn't have. And real quick on note on that, I have no fucking clue why Linkin Park didn't just come back with a new album with a remembrance of Chester. Why they had her sing his songs, because I don't know if you saw the Hollywood Bowl concert, guys. Not even some of the best screamo artists and singers in the industry at the time could pull it off. And it's not me saying, oh, he's just so good, you're not good. I'm saying, know what it is. You even said it yourself in this interview, Emily. Like, not everybody can scream and sing. It's actually a very hard thing to do. And Chester knew that. He was gifted with it. There are songs you don't sound good on. And that's just me being honest. Because you don't have that vocal quality. But you do have this vocal quality, the one on the album. It's not the same thing. There are things that you did on this album that Chester would not have been able to do necessarily. So I think it's just really important to acknowledge your greatness, to stand in it firmly, especially if you're in a band like this with such an affluence, such a big reach. Be yourself, be aware of yourself, acknowledge yourself and accept yourself. But also remember that just because you can doesn't mean you should when it comes to taking on certain things. I could probably sing a lot of Chester's lines 2 or 3 shows in a row. But if I tried to do that for 50, 60 shows, just fucking powering through a tour, I would lose my voice and I probably wouldn't get it back. That's just a thought. Okay, 2618. Let's go.
So vivid.
Oh, cool.
So vivid,
Cool.
and they come
That's-
to life,
I'm
and you
telling you.
feel it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like you feel this weird understanding, but it's like, oh, it's great. It's like it's fantastic. Is it about like? It gives like stories of different relationships or one consistent relationship.
I don't know where on this record, I was really trying to think about like where the lyrics were coming from, because I did lead. Well, I think I led the lyric process in a similar way to the album's mid-career and earlier. Like as we got towards like One More Light we had more co-writers in the room, but prior to that it was really just me and Chester, and he loved for me to suggest him lyrics, so a lot of that was like either me drawing from my personal experience or me knowing his experience so well that I was trying to help him tell his story, if that makes sense.
100%.
So he had all the good stories, and he had all these like really intense emotions, and he'd say them to me, and I'd jot down stuff and like go, what about this? What about that? Like, is this how you felt? Is this
Fuck your
right?
empathy,
Oh,
I
yeah.
want your
And then he'd
theory.
riff off that, and we'd go back and forth. So we got into some of that like towards the end of the process. I think we started to develop more of that, got to know each other better, and to be honest, like I don't know, we were so deep in it that I don't know what the lyrics are about. Like I know what they're about. I do know where I was drawing from and like what we were talking about in the room, but I'm still, I think maybe for the best,
No.
they're not so
I don't accept it.
concrete. Like they're a little loose.
I don't
in
accept
terms
you
of,
That's
like,
me.
in your comment right
That's
there.
me. That's
yeah,
why.
it's just like
That's my influence.
it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be like super.
I got an ad. Okay, we're back.
Country music can be that a lot of times, for better and worse, where it's like, this is the story. This is the
Yeah.
exact story I'm telling you. There's only one version of it, and this is how it goes. And our music, like if you go all the way back to Hybrid Theory, it's a you and me, and it's a core nucleus of a emotion, but like you might think it's about you and your mom, you might think it's about a girlfriend,
Totally.
someone else might think it's about some other thing.
That's
right?
code breaking.
And
That's code
what
speak.
I like about the
No.
new record is it has this a little bit of like a good ambiguity to it. It's not coming from an ambiguous place, it's coming from a very specific place, but the
Oh,
way
okay.
it reads is different.
Okay.
How much of
Hold on. 2906. So Mike just talked about the lyrical nature of the album. I don't accept what he said here, because you cannot say in one breath, I'm so articulate and specific about every lyric and every emotion that I put into every line and every moment of the album, and then turn around and be like, well, I think it's just like a vagity. Like, I just think at one point, like, you just kind of forget where you're at, or maybe it's not, maybe it's just looser. No. He's telling you the truth, and he's also minimizing it. Because the reality of the situation is that Linkin Park, and this is what he says, right? It was always a you and me configuration. It was always vague enough for everyone to see themselves in it, but also specific enough, and I call it general specificity, in order for me to tell what I need to tell. He said that, Chester was often the sounding board for certain emotions, or Chester would come in and be like, I feel this way, and then he would write it down, Mike would write it down, and then they'd have lyrics and they'd workshop them together. That it was often, them playing off of each other together, and that up until One More Light, in reality, it was him and Chester writing lyrics for every album before that. Which is why I said, fuck your empathy, I want your fury. Because that's a line off the new album. And what he's saying there, and I'm gonna 10 toes down, tell you what it is, even though I shouldn't, because in reality it's his emotional processing, it's his perspective. He is saying that he is coming from a rooted place. He has a message he's trying to get across. He is trying to say something. But that in the process, there is a looseness that comes with the one perspective granted by the songwriter to the audience to make it palatable for a mass audience, or any audience at all, really. But also for the other artists to have say in it. So, Emily's sitting there, she's like, oh, yeah, it's so strange to hear my influence in there. It's like, yeah, I bet it is. And that's a very interesting thing, because in reality, you're not saying anything, Mike, other than what you've always said, which is that I am saying something specific. We are saying something specific. And we said it in such a way that those who know, and those who don't know. And that's the cryptic nature of the cryptographic nature of lyricism in the first place, but also the way Linkin Park does it. Linkin Park has a brand. It's not so, and this is where people get confused with me. They go, Jamie, that song was written so that everybody can experience it. And I'm like, okay, well, victimized. Yeah, everybody can victimized, never again. People can get into that. They can go, oh, well, I feel that way. And because they're so general, they're just talking about the general feeling. No, they are not. Do not lie to yourself. The entire album around Victimized is about promises broken by saboteurs who play the ignorant card for their own gratification and have no other desire than to watch things burn for the sake of burning. They have no greater ambition than to watch things explode because they can. There's no strategy involved, there's no purpose involved, and this is a repetitive theme. if you were to say that every Linkin Park song is just an emotional trapping and that's it, you're kind of crazy. I love that you can see yourself in the song, and that is part of what it is. That's what it's meant to be. But on the other side, you have real people in real socio-economic political situations not allowed to say certain things. Thank you, Otis. And so to, for example, this is the code speak, right? Mike Shinoda went on Jimmy Fallon and he said, my kids don't know that I'm a rock star. But in reality, he's pushing for Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2025. He had a solo career immediately following Chester's death. He has been performing since 2023 and before that. He might have even performed in 2024. And yet he's sitting there saying his kids don't know who he is. Jason Lipschutz is saying opposite in his book. It Starts With One. He says that Mike's kids receive texts from their friends about Mike Shinoda and his part in Linkin Park. And Shinoda's saying, well, they forget things. They were just drawing on with chalk on the side of the stage. No, they didn't forget. Nobody forgets that their parents performed like that. They might forget parts of it, but they didn't forget. They didn't forget flying. They didn't forget being in different countries. They didn't forget. I didn't. Which might sound a bit personal, like, well, Jamie, that's your perspective. Yes, it is. And as a child who grew up just like the other children in this band, I'm telling you, they didn't forget. Okay? Now, that's code speak, because what you're hearing right here is Mike going, well, this thing was erased. This amnesia that I have, which is the last line on the album, if you take my track listing and take it seriously. If you accept my track listing and take it seriously. Which is that the last song and the interlude at the beginning of the album are actually a suite, and that every song goes in sequence from there and ends with I Gave You All I Had. The very last, I don't need you anymore. I'm cutting the cord. I got amnesia. And this is a really important line, because who's at the start of the album just given the default track listing? Otis. I'm not allowed to say certain things. Correct. So how is it that your kids don't know who the fuck you are, but Otis is in the opening track saying, oh, Zero was your first band? He knows who you are. He knows your history. That's code speech. So when he's talking right here, he's talking in two ways. He's talking in a way that says, this is what the music is, and this is what the music was intended to be for the audience. This is how it is for me, and this is how it is for you. And that's so important. So I don't accept what Mike said right there, because Mike is talking in code again. Uncle Magician, Uncle Captain Wizard over here is being a little fucking silly. But he knows that, and he's used to doing it for 25 years or so. So, okay. 2906. Next question, Zach. What is it?
Okay, how much of these songs are done before you bring them to people, or are you just writing everything together? What's the...
It's a little bit of both, right?
Yeah.
A little bit of everything.
Yeah.
How about the...
So Emptiness Machine was a demo that I think 80-90% of that, I did it, I sang it, it was done. Mm-hmm. I played it for people just like 2+ years ago, and they were like, that's good.
Emptiness Machine was done 2 years ago.
This actually surprised, this was something I thought of this week. I was like, oh wow, I actually played a demo of that with my voice on it, and the music was almost the same. I think the drums were not, the drums might have been like a plug-in and not live drums, but I remember playing for them, and they're like, oh, that one's good, that's good. And the reaction was not, holy crap, this is going to be one of the biggest songs of your career. It was not. And there were smart people who they pick hits in the room, and they were like, oh, that's good. And so I know because of that, I was realizing, once we decided to put Emily on it, like we reconfigured it so that the second verse happens and she is introduced, and that's a moment, and we shaped the song to make the best of that. It was like, that was actually, decisions like that can make such a big difference.
Okay, pause. 3032. Emptiness Machine was written and 80 to 90% complete 2+ years ago. That's not a little detail. That's a big deal. Because Mike's over here saying, well, I didn't know. Now he's saying he knew. But when he came out, he said, well, I didn't know. And he did. The track became official when he added Emily Armstrong onto it. Which is fine. That makes sense, right? But why did you lie about it? And again, he broke up the song categories. He said, well, there are some that are almost totally finished, like Over Each Other and Emptiness Machine. And then there are songs that aren't totally finished and require a bit more work. He also said that he's often playing music for people that are industry professionals who pick hits for the radio. So he knows that these songs are guaranteed to get him a certain amount of traction with the audience, with the industry, with the economy. And so when you hear him say at the beginning of the From Zero World Tour, we didn't know if we had fans, we didn't know if we had listeners. You knew you had 30 million monthly listeners on average. And that was a strong average on Spotify. You knew that. You knew you had fans. You knew you had fans, and not because of the monthly listeners, but because you put out Hybrid Theory to Test the Old Heads. You put out the 20th anniversary box set. You knew you had fans because you put out, and with that came She Couldn't. And then you put out Meteora, the 20th anniversary, and that came with Lost. And then you put out Paper Cuts, the singles collection, which didn't include any of the Hunting Party. And that came with Friendly Fire, oddly enough. And then you knew it was successful because that actually increased your monthly listeners. So you were involved in increasing and cultivating your monthly listeners on streaming platforms years in advance. And you're quoted on the internet saying, I don't want anybody to go begging for anything. It's going to be a long time until you see any Linkin Park. But you're saying the Emptiness Machine was written around the time that you said these things. And you also said very clearly, we want the hype to be so good that we can't resist. We want it to be so astronomically significant that there is no other way than to just walk into it. So you knew you had fans. You knew you had traction. And you're also surrounded by a literal think tank of industry brainiacs who handpick these songs for artists to make or break their careers. What a privileged position to be in. Which is bringing me back to the original comment, the opening comment to this entire interview 30 minutes ago, which was, is being unhoused a thing I can say? Yeah, you probably shouldn't talk about being unhoused and looking bad, being unhoused, or unhoused as being looking bad when you are such an affluent, wealthy, and successful individual. And you know that the place you live has one of the biggest homelessness situations, true problems that there is in modern day America. It just seems a little out of touch or, something. I don't know. Okay, 3032.
But you get into this whole, I know I'm on such a tangent.
Nah.
You said, you were talking about who wrote a thing, right? The thing that I wrote
You went on a tangent, Mike. You were literally just talking about the answer.
Let's say 80 to 90%, just to throw a number on it.
Talking through the answer.
Similar to the thing you hear on the record. Almost all the lyrics were there. Brad and I.
Pause. 3053. I have to talk about this other ism of Mike's. Mike will constantly put himself down in a way that implies he's stupid. He said, by the time that you get into this meditative state with the songs you're working on, they'll tell you what melodies, what harmonies, what rhythms they want. It's almost like divining. Oh, I know that sounds woo-woo and esoteric and whatever. I said esoteric. He said it before, esoteric. But yes, music is a divining. Music is a manifestation. It is a spiritual practice, correct. It is an actual spiritual phenomenon. Now, with that being said, he just said, "Oh, I'm sorry for going on this tangent." He's not going on a tangent. He just answered the question. So not only is he putting down spirituality as a viable reality, but he's also putting down his own response to the question he was asked about his own music. So it's like there are these isms that Mike has that are very interesting. It's it's extremely prevalent in Hollywood to be like, like what Emily was doing, like, "Oh, I'm not that good." Oh, and for Mike to be like, "Oh yeah, we're great, but oh yeah, not to be too far off here." No, you're not. You just don't like talking at length. You don't like answering things to its fullest extent. You don't like being perceived as talking too much. You don't like being perceived as being too intimate. You don't want to be perceived as being too curious. Those are words of your own. I'm not saying anything you didn't just say. Listen to From Zero. And so I think that that's something extremely important to touch on, is that Mike has these deeply ingrained isms that are either a part of his camouflage or just deeply ingrained from his conditioning as a long-term industry asset. This could be trauma, this could be choice. I don't know. Okay, continue.
I get a rewrite later, so he gets, so credit-wise, think of like Brad gets the credit for doing a lyric rewrite with me. And then there was the other decision to put Emily in verse 2, have her go all the way to the chorus, and it switches back to me for the beginning of the bridge, and then we kind of take it out through the bridge together, and she finishes the song with a big chorus. Mm-hmm. That decision was a 5-minute decision, like, let's do it this way, and then we did it, executed it, mm-hmm. and it made the song go from oh, that's good, to holy shit, this is one of the biggest songs you've ever written.
And it is, right?
It's like one little 5-minute conversation can mean that much of a difference.
Gave up who I am for who you wanted me to be. Dude, the lyrics are incredible. It sounds like you're talking about the industry.
I'm not, but I've had people with Emptiness Machine and Heavy as the Crown, we've had people put their own like lyrical, like they say, "Oh, I think the song is about this," and I think that's cool. I don't know. We've never talked about this. Like,
what is it about?
Do you feel like when people would talk about
no mention of Arcane,
Dead Sarah lyrics, like historically for you, when people talk about like what are the lyrics? Do you like to like tell them exactly? Do you like to like let them figure it out on their own? Like do their own thing with it? Does it matter? What do you think?
It's very ambiguous, my lyrics, and that's what I was talking about. It's like, hey, that was my
right.
doing. Just
You're
like,
more of the
what?
like Rick Rubin approach of like it can be a little intuitive.
So when people are like, "Oh my god, I love the lyrics," I'm like, "Tell me why." And so I want to see where they're coming from.
Yeah.
And so that's usually, and I'll be like, "Oh, what inspired it was this," and it turned out to be this. That's usually the case.
Yeah.
There's some songs where I'm like, yes, I had a full story from beginning to end, which I understand, and a lot was just like, this sounds cool, I'm gonna put it in.
Right. Yeah.
But even the stuff that sounds cool, it has a purpose.
Absolutely.
The overall, whether it's a story of the song or the story of the album, like it serves some purpose.
Yeah.
To something.
I mean,
I love that kind of.
Hendrix, Chili Peppers, some of like.
What did you say?
Nirvana for sure.
Peppers.
Yeah.
To something.
I mean.
I love that kind of.
Hendrix.
What did he say?
Chili Peppers. Some of like.
Nirvana for sure.
Some Bjork, Nirvana. Like, there's so many great examples of things that are like, first and foremost, it sounds cool.
Yeah.
The lyrics are a mystery.
Yeah.
Maybe even to the singer. But it sounds great. I want to sing it. I don't know what it means.
Bjork never does anything that she doesn't understand. What the fuck are you talking about?
For me, Emptiness
A
Machine
literal
is
witch.
not about a
It's
person.
amazing.
Right.
It's more about a thing.
She knows what she's writing.
That is like, it's like an abusive relationship with something that's like just sucking the life out of you, right? That's, to me, if you read the lyrics on paper, it's really that. And I get,
what did you just say?
With something that's like just sucking the life out of you.
Right.
No. Well, I know where they came from. Yeah, for me, Emptiness Machine is not about a person.
Right.
It's more about a thing that is like, it's like an abusive relationship with something that's like just sucking the life out of you.
Okay, hold on. Right here at 33:48, Mike says, the lyrics for Emptiness Machine are not about anybody in particular. It's more about something akin to like a abusive relationship that is just sucking something out of you. But is that what the song says? That's not entirely what the song says, is it? He says, your perspective is sharp. There's a precision to the perspective, it's sharpened. I can see you in the distance. And a lot of the album digs deep into that concept of, I'm pulling the trigger. It's all the same to me. We're going down. There's something on the horizon. It's coming. But in this song, he says, I can see you in the distance, waiting for me there like you always do. It's very clear on the album, he's talking to something, a collection of people or a singular person. And that's weird that he just said that way. He said it's an abusive relationship with something that sucks the life out of him. So he's dealing with vampires, including himself. If you take his opening letter from my track list as something seriously. I don't know. For someone that's so specific about everything that he does, like I said he is, like he just admitted earlier he was, it's weird to me that, again, he backtracked on that idea. Okay, we're going to... 3348.
Read the lyrics on
Yeah, totally.
paper. It's really that. And I get, I'll stop there because I do like the idea. Right now, I'm in
I'm not gonna tell you.
a period of time where I like the idea that I don't want to talk about it too much because I like people having their own.
I noticed that.
Oh, right there. Right there. What did he say? Right after that. I'm at 3406. He said, and that's where I'm going to stop right there because I'm in a position right now where, and then Emily said, you don't want to talk about it. And he said, yeah, I don't want to talk about it right now. That's just not where I'm at. In a previous interview, he said he had 30 songs for this album, that he showed restraint in cutting it down to 10, making it 32 minutes long. And ideally, these 20 songs are going to be the next album or two, right? Because he didn't say he threw them away. He said he took the ultimate body of the track listing, cut it into a third, made it one album, and that there is 2/3 of the album left. And that and this entire album is about recognizing oneself and one's guilt and how they were conditioned. You were that foundation, never going to be another one, no. I followed, so taken, so conditioned I could never say no. And deciding I'm going to actually rebel against you for real this time. That's the entire album. This From Zero. So I don't know what that was, but he almost tripped up right there. But in a super casual way. He just they both kind of kept each other clear. Which Emily would be very aware of code speak at this point because she grew up in Scientology. And Mike would be very aware of it because whether or not he's a Scientologist, he's been in the industry for this long. And I don't know, man, that's fucking weird. He just tried to walk back on the entire point of the album he just released today, which is when this interview was released. Okay. Continue.
So I never talked about it. And I was like, he's never going there. I'm like, I'm not gonna.
We talked to somebody. We did one of the interviews and they were like, it's about this, right? I was like, I love that for you.
You're like,
Like, that's
cool.
a great
And I was like,
concept.
okay,
But
noted.
Artie's meant to be up to the
She
mark.
just said that. Hold on.
Too much because I like people having their own.
I like
noticed
people-
that, so I never talked about it.
I like people having their own.
I noticed that, so I never talked about it.
You hear that? She knows what it's about. She said, I heard you say that. You wanted them to have their own interpretation. So I don't say anything about what this actually is about. She said that just now. She said, you don't want to talk about it. And then her follow-up to that statement was, I heard you say you don't want to talk about it, so I don't talk about it. And then he said, yeah, there was an interview I did recently where the person said, hey, this is what this is, right? And then he said, I love that for you. And then moved on. So she's acknowledging right now that there is a bigger meaning behind everything that they said on the album together, that they're choosing not to talk about it. Okay, next question, Zach. Let's go.
Like, he's never going there. I'm like, I'm not gonna.
We talked to somebody, we did one of the interviews and they were like, it's about this, right? I was like, I love that for you.
You're like,
Like, that's
cool.
a great
That was a little
Okay.
Chester coming through right there.
Art is meant to be up to the person, right?
For
like,
Mike.
Everything is
Yes.
different. It's based on like experience, perception, who I am as a human being, and hopefully, like a song can find common ground and mutual understanding between the person listening to it and the human being who created it.
Oh, this is as if you speak to musicians all the time and you know these core fundamental truths. I think that's a true thing, what you said.
100%.
Yeah.
And by the way, keeping it general and vague may be like what the universe beamed down to you and intended to come out. But in doing that, like,
I should be so lucky.
makes it the most relatable. Do you not feel that?
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Zach just said, I'm at 34:57. Zach just said, maybe the universe beamed that down to you, the vaguity of the music, and just, made it that way for you. And Mike said, I wish it was like that. Let me listen to that again.
Core fundamental truths. I think that's
listening to it and the human being who created it.
oh, this is as if you
Between human being and everything is
Yes.
different. It's based on like art is meant to be up to the person, right? Like,
Art is meant to be up to the person. It's a conversation between the artist and the person consuming it. It means different things to those two different groups of people.
like everything is
Yes.
different. It's based on like experience, perception, who I am as a human being, and hopefully like a song can find common ground and
Hopefully a song can find common ground between those two.
mutual understanding
parties.
between the person listening to it and the human being who created it.
oh, this is as if you speak to musicians all the time and you know these core fundamental truths. I think that's a true thing, what you said.
100%. And
Mike said, I think that's a true thing, what you said.
keeping it general and vague. May
I think
be,
by
like, what
keeping
the
it general
universe
and
beamed
vague,
down to you and
maybe what the
intended to
universe
come out. But in
spoke to you and intended for it to come out.
doing that, like
I should be so lucky.
makes
And he said, I should be so lucky. And then he went and reached
it
for
the most relatable.
a
Do you not
drink.
Feel that in any way that like people describe a flow state when they make music.
Yeah. I'm of that feel.
Or
of
a
that,
phone?
Like
What
at
is that?
least
No,
right
drink.
now, like I'm of that belief that like the song is gonna happen whether it's you or somebody else.
Yeah, someone will grab
Like
it.
so, if you miss it, somebody else might pick it up and be like, "Oh, I see the song," and they put it out, and it is good, bad, or indifferent. It is the song. The song is their song now.
He just talked about what I've been talking about. All these artists out here making music during One More Light with Linkin Park, in specific Chester Bennington, like Billy Howardell of A Perfect Circle, Watsky, Quiddy, these people, right? He just said exactly what Watsky said on his 2016 Times Infinity album in Love Letters, which was, if there's life, then there's truth. If there's truth, then it's meant to be spoken. It's really not a secret. You really just got to seek it. If you don't speak it, someone else will. He just said right there, you could write a song and not see it, and then somebody else picks it up, they see it, they write the song, they release it, good or bad. They saw the truth and they made it their own. And he's literally talking about how producers take music and spin it out to their groups, to different artists. Like Billy Howardell took one of the demos that Chester made called Eat the Elephant and turned it into a Perfect Circle song, which Maynard modified the lyrics for and turned into not only the name of, but the titular track of the album Eat the Elephant by A Perfect Circle. And it makes me wonder how many of these One More Light songs are actually other people's songs.
I mean,
35-24.
ever, like actually happened.
Well, I think that's the reason why in any period of time you'll see multiple songs with the same title, the same lyric, the same yada yada yada. Like the reason you see those things is because that's the moment for that, right? I mean, it's how
What did she
else would
say?
you expect same yada yada yada. Like the reason you see those things is because that's the moment for that. Right? I mean, it's how else
She's
would
talking
you
about high.
how
She's talking
else
about
would
hive
you
mind
explain-
consciousness. We're all connected
Unless you're just
through
a super conspiracy
the
theorist and you're just
cosmic
like
mind.
that person ripped it off from that person. There are situations where a songwriter, like there are connections between people. Oh, they had an idea, said it in the room. That person, somebody in the room was in a different room, and that person used it in that room. Like, yes, that happens. But I've had ideas for songs that I have not shared with people, and I've said, oh, this would be a good song, and I try to write it, and it sucks. And then 3 months later, so basically the song was written at the same time, the song comes out by somebody else, and I'm like, oh, that's actually a clever way of doing it. Like, that's the same idea I had, and I get to hear what somebody else.
I've had it before too.
There you go.
But there is something to like you having that idea, but the idea not being meant for you.
Yeah,
Exactly.
And
that's very zen of you. I actually agree with that.
and also like this idea that like you can create the right environment, and also like it's whatever the universe beams down to you matched with like whatever you're going through and what's been bottled up, and that combined with like one's ability to make music at all come into play. You know, it's like I feel like the universe or ideas flowing like that's just someone can grab it, but that idea being meant for you makes it yours. But also like I don't know, genuinely it's you plus that inspiration. You know, so much of who you are as a human being makes it into art. Even if you write from imagination.
I also want to just say, like, M is very, like, she's, like, humble about her participation in taking those songs and, like, making them real. It's, you know, I get the idea that, like, okay, this song is written and I'm not going to embarrass you. I know this idea of, like, oh, yeah, the lyrics got written and I like them and I don't want to change them, and so I'm going to sing them the way they are. But kind of like what I was saying before, like, you could do it wrong, right? Like, I could have a really great song, and I know it's great, and everybody agrees it's great, and you give it to somebody, and they sing it, and they're a good singer, but then you listen to it, and you're like, yeah, I don't get, it's not there. It's missing. Like, everybody's great, but the song is missing something, and that was not happening. The opposite was happening, where we're like, we know it's good, then she sings it and we go, it's better. She didn't change a thing, she just sang it, and it's better because she sounds amazing, and there's some emotional, intuitive, like, connection that happened when she delivered the thing.
Can I take the opposite side of that? When you take songs like Fate,
That was the end of the question, or the answer. He always, whenever he thinks he's gone on a tangent, he goes, looks both ways. So it's weird because this entire section of the response is about, it continues on that, you know, the universe beams things to you. Zach was saying, sometimes, or a lot of the times, if not all the time, it's not only your ability to perceive of the inspiration which is beamed down to you through the cosmic consciousness that we're all aligned with as individuals, as a collective of individuals, but it's also your ability as a musician and as an individual through your experience, through the matrix of your existence, to interpret the inspiration and also express the inspiration in a certain way. And Mike said, well, yeah, you know, sometimes a song I'll write a song about a certain thing and I won't show it to anybody. And then 3 months later, somebody will present basically the same song to the radio or wherever it is that they're showing the song. And I think, wow, that's a great idea, or that's a great way to do that. But we were writing the same song in totally localized space, separate from each other. And Emily agreed to having this experience as well, where, you know, you're not sharing ideas, but people are connected into the idea. And there are a lot of reasons that happens. But what's interesting is that not once does Mike, other than a comment on Zach being Zen, actually call it esoteric or woo-woo. But he's described, they're literally talking about the thing that Mike said was woo-woo. Mike was like, oh, you know, it's kind of spiritual or magical. But like, this is literally what Mike was talking about earlier in the interview, where he was trying not to make himself sound too connected to himself. So it's okay if Zach talks about it, but it's not okay if Mike talks about it. But because Zach talked about it, Mike can talk about the spiritual nature of the musical creation. And that's really interesting to think that they're having the conversation that Mike wouldn't have earlier on his own, because Zach said it first this time. and that Zach was considered to be Zen. Because I remember when Chester said that he was talking about heavy in the Genius interview right before he died in May. And he was like, oh, I was just talking about ego and all these things. And, you know, basically talking about the aspects of self and how they're difficult to interact with. And Mike was like, ooh, how esoteric. That's why I said he said esoteric before. It was just funny that he said it that way. But they're literally having the conversation. Okay, I'm going to continue. But Mike does have this kind of like, oh, they might not say too much.
Paint or paper cut, and then you look at Two-Face or I'll Give You Everything I Have. I don't think anybody else could write and record those songs other than Linkin Park.
Really? You don't think so? I think Tool had a couple songs like that. I'm on an ad. I don't think Two-Face and I Gave You Everything I Have is a song only
Yeah,
Linkin
I
Park
agree.
could write.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like where like, I don't
We
think,
do our best.
where do those songs come from? Because I don't think if you would have passed up on those songs that somebody else would have eventually grabbed them.
But do you understand? Do you remember where you were at when you actually wrote them? Was there a unit? Like, do you feel like it was being down to you?
Our process, you know how like a lot of people write, like will write a song in a day. Like that's a lot of, especially young people, start at whatever time, finish 8 hours later, and they've got a finished song. That's not really my process. Like usually we'll do a bunch of that and have a bunch of seeds, a bunch of demos, and then the good ones get a lot of work, a lot of craft, a lot of tweaking, a lot of changes.
We write songs the same way. This is why I get so bummed. I'm like, dude, Mike and I are like very, very similar individuals. Like, why do you gotta be this way?
Did you feel like it had a lot of versions?
Yes.
A lot of versions, right?
Yeah. I mean,
It was called Villain at one point.
Yeah, I think it was just because it has so many versions in such a short. Yes.
A lot of versions.
What
right?
song?
It was the last. A lot of tweaking, a lot of changes.
What
Give
song
me
are you
everything I
talking
have. It was the last, maybe the last one to start, last song to get started. Did you feel like it had a lot of versions?
I think they're talking about I
versions,
Gave You
right?
Everything I
Yeah.
Have, but I don't know for sure.
I
It was
think
called
it just-
Villain at one point.
Yeah, I think it was just because it had so many versions in such a short amount of time. I think that's why we're thinking about it, because it was like the last one to be on the album, and we had to like fucking race to get it done.
Yeah.
So it was like we had to really speed up the process, and like all we were thinking
What
about
is
was that
this
song, so it
speed
felt
up the
like-
process
Yeah.
bullshit
We
they
were
keep
juggling
pushing?
multiple songs. We
Yeah.
were just working on that one.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Why?
it does
Why did
feel
you
like
have to
a
do
standout,
that?
but I believe that we did the same thing with many of the songs.
Yeah. Overflow. Overflow
That one
was like
too, yeah.
so many versions.
Yeah.
So many versions. So there wasn't one moment when it was like, oh, the inspiration is now. It's like that moment happened, but it was just the vocal on the chorus or just the intro of the song, and those were months apart.
The many moments.
Yeah, lots of little. But that's the beauty of working on one song
Yeah.
over a longer period of time and not just like doing it in one day. The beauty of coming back to it and continuing to take cracks at it is that you give the opportunity for lots of lightning strikes.
It's interesting. Yeah, like you kind of consistently get re-inspired. What inspired you to begin with, then when you take a break, reconnect, inspires you again.
Yeah, that's right.
That's interesting.
That's right.
Can we
He
talk
has
about
that look
Two-Face?
again.
Yeah,
What is he
Guitar
doing?
is incredible. Sick.
thank you.
Um,
Tell Brad you said it. I mean, Brad and I wrote the guitar on that song.
Are we like very selective as to like where where it goes?
We don't care very much. We kind of just do whatever.
That's not true. Not true. Two-Face, call in the middle. The dark's too vivid.
Zach said.
You're
Zach was like, "Oh, he said I really like the guitar on I think it was Overflow. It's kind of confusing what songs they're talking about right now, but he was like, yeah, I like the guitar on Overflow, like that was really cool. And Mike was like, oh, I'll tell Brad that, and then he's like, oh yeah, so like Zach tried to ask. This is the second time this has happened. The first time was at the beginning of the interview. Zach tried to ask about the way that was intuited, the way that came out, that guitar part, and Mike gave a sarcastic answer and shut Zach down somehow. Zach just went, oh, and then went on to other songs. Oh, and then I think the problem is that, oh, you know, he's saying it's not true. It's not true. Zach is saying this, but it's because Mike literally has just said that they're so specific about their work, and then he has gone on to say that they're less specific about their work, and then he's gone on to be like, well, we're kind of specific, and then back to non-specificity, and then right when Zach asked that, Mike was like, no, we don't do anything, we don't even try, and he's like, that's not true, and then he moved on. So Mike is purposely shutting down conversation about certain things, and I'm so curious about that, because why would you shut down conversation about Brad? Couldn't have been all the finagling you had to do to get him involved. 4135.
Line? Dark Too Vivid? I don't remember
Nope.
which one of us.
That's you.
But is that me?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think Caught in the Middle,
say
I
it,
think
but
was that one.
I was
Yeah.
just thinking of like who wrote the word.
That's you.
Because we were just. I haven't mentioned Colin today. Colin Britton is like he was like part of the process just as a writer and a co-producer. Like I just love working with Colin. I had met him in sessions and then was bringing him in to help with writing and production.
He's added a lot to this band too.
And then
Yes.
eventually we were like, hey dude, like turns out we need somebody to play drums. So like I know that's his primary instrument. So I was like, is that something you would want to do? It would mean stepping away from your like production career.
Wasn't it the thing where it's like, well, we need somebody live, so do you want
Live.
to play guitar or do you want to do drums?
Oh yeah, originally it was like we
It was
were
kind of like that.
we didn't know, yeah, because
Just
Brad,
maybe just like, you know.
we knew Brad is, in case anybody doesn't understand the dynamic, like our guitarist Brad is our guitarist. He's in the band,
Yeah.
but he's realized that in terms of his like, it's kind of like a mental health thing. Like he doesn't love the touring and the live show lifestyle, and so he is our guitarist, but he's not playing live. So he found a guy named Alex who's spectacular, really good guitarist, and they get along great. And Brad chose Alex to play his parts live. So. But at the time, we hadn't met Alex, and so we asked Colin. I was like, you know, Brad needs somebody to play guitar, and we need a drummer. Like, you do both equally well. What would you want to do? And he was just like, kid in a candy store.
Yeah.
Just like, I can't believe. I think he said, I can't believe what you're asking me right now. So excited.
But again, like another testament to what you've created and built, right? Like this desire, then the instant, like, yes, I'll drop but like a seasoned producer, a fantastic musician, both of
Yeah.
you. Like the idea that, like, yes, I'm gonna park my stuff, and also like it's a collective thing now. It's also the universe.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Absolutely.
Right. That's right.
A lot of stuff falling into place.
Well, and Colin and Emily, like originally, if you had talked to us in like 2019, like we were just looking for a singer, right? That was the role to fill.
Dude.
And as things evolved, it became what it is. And I realized
He just
after we
fucking
launched, like
axed
actually,
himself
as we had
again.
the launch show, like a little over a month ago. The pressure was on. Everything was about to happen. We had nothing.
What did you just say?
Launch show, like after we launched, like actually it was as the week of the launch show, like a little over a month ago.
No.
The pressure was on.
What the fuck is happening right now?
Really leaked.
It's
Like
crazy.
we were all like,
How does that happen?
we were all so nervous too, and we were just like, we have so much to get right. Don't mess up anything. Don't miss a beat. Like, let's just get it right. And I watched Colin and Emily have each other's back, like they were.
Okay, hold on. Before we
Yeah, it
continue
wasn't
too
about to
far.
happen. Nothing had really leaked. Like, pressure was on.
That's
Everything was a little over a month ago. It was as the week of the launch show, like a little over a month ago. Nothing had really leaked. Like
crazy.
we were all like,
that's not true at all. A couple of weird things just happened. So I'm stuck at 4-4. I'm at 4436. Mike just said a bunch of stuff that is hyper confusing and super weird. So Colin Brittain was a producer in the group Mike got along with really well. He's a talented musician, and basically they needed someone to play live. So they went to him and said, do you want to play guitar or do you want to play drums? And Colin said drums. And he was really excited. The trade-off for this was that Colin was then going to have to park, as Zach put it, park his entire production career to be a part of the band. At least the live act of the band. And that's something that Colin did without question. Brad had Alex. Rob was not a part of the conversation at all. Colin left everything where it was to go tour with Linkin Park. Okay, that's the first weird thing. Then he flat out says, Mike flat out says it. He says, in 2019, Colin and I were looking for a singer. We were looking for a lead vocalist. At the beginning of this interview, and in all other conversations with Mike Shinoda, he said, we were not looking for a vocalist for Linkin Park. But he just said it. In 2019, we were looking for a vocalist, which he settled on being Emily Armstrong. He spent the rest of the time convincing the band that Emily was the one, and then Emily finally became the thought for Joe, and then they demoed the vocals, and since then, Emily's been a part of the band. He just walked back on it. Looking like 40 minutes into this interview, Mike Shinoda asked himself again. He lied again. How does he not get his story straight? He literally said, we weren't looking for a vocalist. Now he's saying, we were looking for a vocalist, word for word. What are you doing, bro? And then he doesn't clarify whether the launch event that he's talking about at this point in the interview was the listening party or the actual launch event in September. And he said the launch event was a month prior to this situation that he's talking about.
Absolutely.
That's right.
A lot of stuff falling into place.
Well, and Colin and Emily, like originally,
Right to what you've
big kid in a candy store. Well, I'd need somebody like Brad chose Alan. He is our guitarist, but he really parts live. So, but at the time, the guitar and we need a drummer. He was just like kid in a candy store. So excited.
But again, like another test, yes, I'll drop but like a seat, I'm gonna park my stuff.
That's right.
A lot of stuff falling into place.
Well, and talk to us in like 2019. Like originally, if you had talked to us in like 2019, like we were just looking for a singer.
Right there. If you talked to us in 2019, we were looking for a singer. He said that previously, he said, we were not doing that. And then right here, if you talked to us in 2019, we were looking for a singer.
Right? That was the role to fill.
That was at
And
4410.
as things evolved, it became what it is. And I realized after we launched, like actually it was as the week of the launch show.
The week of the launch show. So he's saying when we launched, which means he's talking about September.
A little over a month ago.
He says over a month ago. It's November. The launch show was at the beginning of September. It was the first week of September. It was 9/5/24. You would know, Mike. You literally helped create the social media campaign that brought you to this moment. The countdown timer, which gave the date. You played a show on 9/5/24. It is currently 11:15. A month ago was mid-October. You're talking 2 months ago. You rolled this bitch out. What is going on here? Is Mike Shinoda just like actually have a problem? Does he actually have a memory problem? Is any of this intentional or not? Because he seems to not even know his own touring schedule. Holy shit. That's crazy. So they weren't looking for a singer, but if you asked them in 2019, they were looking for a singer. A month ago, he thinks that they launched Linkin Park. That's not what happened. He also said, and since we're paused, I'll talk about it. He also said that they had, or Emily said they had to really push to get the last song on the album together because it was a rush to go with the rollout. So what that means is that they knew they were going and that they changed their time frame so drastically for some unknown reason, probably me, unknown reason, that they had to rush. So they were originally going to release music early in 2025. That's what they said. Then they moved it back to December and then to November. They rushed the last song on the album. He doesn't know when they rolled out this entire process. Unless this interview was pre-recorded, in which case that's fucking weird. He also just said that Over Each Other just came out, but they're talking about Two-Faced. So what's going on? Is he actually senile? I don't understand. In my opinion, if things are rolling this fast and you can't keep track of basic information like when your singles came out, how the working schedule was, when you actually launched, when you were the one at the forefront of your own campaign, then I don't know what to tell you, bro. Like, the heat you're getting from me is from your inconsistency. Your inconsistency is something that even to the day of the launch of the album, you have fundamentally embedded in your narrative of what didn't happen at whatever time. He literally just walked back on the vocalist narrative, which he set at the beginning of the interview. He literally just glossed over the fact that they had to rush production on one of the last songs on the album. They literally just said that they thought the rollout was a month ago. It was at least 2 months ago. And he says right here that even the album hadn't leaked. That is false. The album leaked a week before. You know how I know? People were sending me the link for the leak, and I said, no, I'm not listening to that. Bro, you are wilding right now. Mike might be an old guy. I don't know, but he's also so specific about what he says. I don't think he's actually telling the truth right now. I think he's being chaotic on purpose. That is wild. That was a bold-faced misconception. Okay, 44-25.
The pressure was on. Everything was about to happen. Nothing had really leaked.
It's
Like,
crazy.
we were all like,
How did that happen?
we were all so nervous too, and we were just like, we have so much.
But
to
see,
get right.
it depends whether he means the launch event is the actual album launch event or whether he's talking about the, and that's not true either. Nothing had leaked. Jay Gordon had literally gone online and said Emily Armstrong, he said Linkin Park, I know from insider details, Linkin Park is replacing Chester with a female singer. And then he walked back on that because he got caught. He was like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. Ryan Shuck even admitted that he knew. And Jay Gordon and Ryan Shuck know each other. Okay? So even regardless of whether you're talking about the album launch or the actual 9/5 show, the picture pieces, the LPU showcase, regardless of which event he's talking about, there were actual significant leaks. If you're talking about the show for the LPU showcase on 9/5/24, they'd be a part of something, the Emptiness Machine and all that. Sure, maybe music wasn't leaked, but you had somebody in April of the same year tell everyone you had a female singer before calling themselves a liar and unreliable. And then if you're talking about the album launch, your album was literally leaked a week before. So what the hell are you talking about?
Right. Don't mess up anything. Don't miss.
You did mess up a lot of things.
Right. And I watched Colin and Emily have each other's back. Like they were like, we're the new guys. Like we gotta let's rehearse some more. Let's get everything right. And they kind of went on their own and spent time together to like work stuff out that we knew because we've been doing it for 20 years.
Yeah.
And they I realized, oh my
Oh, sorry, I've continued. I'm at 45:12.
God, like we accidentally ended up in this wonderful dynamic where they've got each other. They can both go and like like besides the playing, like relate. They can talk about it and be like, "Can you believe we're sitting here doing this? Like this is weird." And they had those. I've heard them have those conversations. It's awesome. It's the best.
It's
You should talk about it because I shouldn't be talking.
No,
about
you're right. I mean, it's like one of those things.
Well,
where
that was
I,
nice.
I couldn't have done this by myself.
Thank
like,
you for giving Emily the mic about her
like how-
experiences. That was cool.
It's like a blessing to have had him have this whole process with me.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize until it started getting like the pressure was on, and we were like, oh my god, like we have each other for this. Like this is, again, like it was a universe. Like I don't think I would have taken it so much, like as much grace as I have without him, you know, and because they're all seasoned in this, so it's nice to have that person.
You are
that's, like,
seasoned in this, Emily. You've been here for 20 years.
just like, you know, and you know, we're just like, what the fuck, like what things that they're just like do, you know, as like anybody would look and be like, fuck, Emily, like how crazy is this? I'm like, yeah. So that's basically how Colin and I talk, like, what the fuck, you know, like as fans, you know.
Emily, when Mike first tells you you guys are going to do live shows, like where do you start? Like do you just dive into the catalog or ask Mike for a set list? Like where do you begin?
It's a good question. He definitely had like this is what we usually do live. You know, these are the ones that go very well, and it's like a very long list, so I didn't really have to have something exact, you know. I was just like, well, I gotta get fucking started, you know, like this is gonna be a lot. Like Colin and I were, you know, practicing months before, you know, like in his studio and just going over and
Right there, 47:03. She stopped saying it. She's kind of in the middle of it still. We're taking a pause. She said that Colin and her had been performing rehearsals months before the reveal. It's not nothing. That's serious.
like just trying to get these songs to feel like mine, you know. And some of them were a lot harder to do because like the older ones were harder. Even though I knew like when the song starts, like I know how to sing it, it was harder because there's layers to it where it's like years. I don't know why.
mental
It's like a
layers.
mental, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
That's what
like,
I said.
There's so much more to uncover with the song to like to really get to like, okay, it's meant so much to me, and it's meant so much. It's like solidified in, like we're talking about the universe. It's like it's solidified in the universe. So now I have to somehow crack that and make that something that's relatable to me and to you as a listener.
Was that like
So it's a lot
like
more
Numb?
layers.
Like Numb, for example?
Yes.
It's probably one of them, right?
In the end,
In the end, yeah.
you know,
And you can't even think
even
about it.
crawling.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, Crawling was
So-
funny because Crawling was one of the okay, but she says
Yeah.
that, but like we were playing around with these like just what ifs, and we played it was acoustic guitar and Emily singing Crawling in my studio.
Yeah.
That just sat down like, what about this? And she like, what key do we find? Do we sing it in? She sat there and just like belted it out one time. I was like, yup, that's the fucking song. Like that sounds awesome. And then what was great about it is, you know, for some people, the fact that it sounds different, they don't like that. They're not comfortable with that.
It doesn't sound different. Why are you saying that?
The more,
If anything,
they
the key
get,
changed. She
like,
tried
a
to do
little
it
bit of
exactly the
exposure
same.
to it, some of them are going to come around and be like, oh, actually, I get it now.
Right.
But for me, I
don't get it.
already am like accustomed to her voice, and I was ready to hear that. And when she sang it, I went, what I love about this is it sounds like the song. It doesn't sound like Chester singing the song. It just sounds like the song. It sounds great.
That's a
So
good
I
acknowledgement.
was so
Yeah.
like
it's the emotion
confident.
in it.
Right.
It's the emotion.
That's the part she needed to
I
connect.
had to.
Yeah, with.
That's what anybody's going to connect to, because when they hear that song, it is the emotion. Obviously, his voice is incredible, and you know it does other things, but like it's the emotion side of it that I had to. And it was easier for me for the emotion side.
Why
because
didn't they talk
the
about
album,
Chester
we
like
talked
this
about, was
How
more
huge
often?
The way you sing.
yes, and how I wanted to emote as a singer. You know,
Like
and
from the
so,
beginning, why do the Zane low this way? It's so
just
weird.
like what he was saying, it's
Or
it's
that way, not this way.
getting that like the layers, you know, like everybody's so used to hearing it a certain way as well. That's like one of the layers, you know? And so having all that time with Colin, and, you know, because he's a great producer, so he was able to help me in ways that I didn't even realize. You see what I mean? So it was like so many of these great moments where we're just like, oh my God, we needed each other, you know? And how it just
That's
like
cool.
really came together, like with the band. Like it's like one of those things again, like where it's just all fell into place so beautifully.
I feel like we went a really long time without an ad that time.
It's really wild.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, on
You're
your
telling
side,
me.
how good did it feel to finally perform these songs again?
I mean, amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like part of it is like going from the band being like an indefinite hiatus or whatever it was. Like we didn't put names on it. It was just like, yeah, we're not doing anything. From it being that to like standing on a stage and doing it. I think there were all these weird little moments that were so surreal. One of them, just getting on a stage and doing it, getting in a room and doing it for the first time felt so cool. That was actually more stressful though for some reason. Like I felt like, because it was so rough, you know, it was like, I hope we've set aside enough time
Yeah.
for us to, you know, to get this right.
Yeah, there was that moment for
and
sure.
then but that's normal. I went home and I was like, oh, I'm stressed, but I guess that's normal. It'd be
because
weird.
you guys haven't played the songs in so long too, so that's
And we changed.
yep.
We were
some of the
changing.
keys,
We were
yeah.
changing keys on songs that we played for 20 years. I had to relearn "Breaking the Habit" from scratch practically.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Well, just because it had to be a different key.
There's a spider in my fries.
But yeah, I think the most.
Well, I guess we're done with
important
that.
thing is like for
Where'd you come from?
I can probably
Fine,
speak
whatever.
for, you know, the other guys too. It's like, you know, having a thing that you felt like it was taken away, and then them being able to get it back. Like, oh, you can't.
Bitch,
play
I will
Linkin Park
slap you.
anymore. Even though Linkin
Just
Park
kidding.
is
I won't.
like
I won't really.
part of my DNA. It's like, you know, when everybody's got like
That was a crazy thing to say. He said it again.
like a core identity.
Stop saying shit like that,
diagram.
please, Uncle Mike.
And you like there's stuff like when you draw your little like this is who I am. Like if you ask anybody, like if you were to sit down with a piece of paper and like write down the things that make you you, that's a crazy exercise if you think about it. Like shit, like it's your like the things you love to do, your family, like do you have kids, you have love, you know, spouse, whatever. Like the things that make you you. And your beliefs and blah, blah,
Why
blah.
does he say things like this?
Like really right in there, in the middle of it is Linkin Park for me. And that's, there are other things too. There are many other things too. But to have that one out was painful. So to have it back in was like, I mean, there's nothing like it. There never will be anything like it.
And to be fair, so
Okay.
the other things are.
We're stopping at 53, and we have some interesting things to touch on here. Really, the only thing I want to touch on, because I think the rest is spoken for, is that Mike's talking about losing Linkin Park again. And he doesn't talk about Chester at all. He says the same shit he says during Post-Traumatic, and it's so bizarre to get this far along in the interview and to hear him act like this. He said, it's like having something taken away from you and then getting it back. How many times do I have to say, stop talking that way, please, before I'm taken seriously? You know, I'll have Linkin Park fans come up and be like, even to this day, you know, you should kill yourself or go join your dad. Like, just their punk ass shit to say. And it's like, okay, that's the same energy I was facing in 2017 when he actually died. But a little different because now Linkin Park is actually still continuing. They're not on an indefinite hiatus or whatever. To hear Mike talk about having the, quote, rug pulled out from underneath him as like a reality of the band when Chester died is like so bizarre, because it's like, no, you didn't have it pulled out from underneath you. If anything, if what you wrote was authentic on From Zero, the reality of the situation is that you understand you have a fucking ego problem. That it got in the way of you actually taking people seriously. You got to the point where you were belittling and marginalizing people close to you, telling them they were fucking spineless when they weren't. And so to hear him just now say it's like having something taken away from you and then you get it back, to put that into context, to remember the Zane Lowe interview when Zane's like, yeah, you know, what you did with post-traumatic was so brave because, you know, you talked about feeling guilty about X, Y, and Z and having X, Y, and Z taken away from you and trying to feel like the rug was pulled out from underneath you. And he goes, oh, you know, you're just reminding me that I did that. And then for him to be here, not even knowing what dates are happening, how long it's been since the rollout, when the rollout happened, it's like, you're saying the same thing, but yet in September, you had no memory of doing that. You had no memory of post-traumatic. You had no memory of your solo career coming out of Chester's death. The way you used his death as a springboard for your solo efforts, which you tried to maintain alongside Linkin Park all these years. Okay? So it's strange. It's like, why are you saying that with such confidence now, but when Zane Lowe said it to you directly after the 9524 LPU showcase, where you presented Emily Armstrong, Colin Brittain, Alex, and the tour and the album and all these things, why are you saying that then? I can't wait to get to the Zane Lowe interview. And why are you saying it this way now? Because you didn't say it this way then. You're saying it this way now. When Zane Lowe said it, you said, I don't even remember that. Thank you for reminding me. And now you're saying, oh yeah, when I had it taken away from me and I got it back. It's like, dude, shut up. Literally, like this, it's that behavior that makes me go, Mike, I don't like you. I just don't like you, bro. Like, all you had to do was be respectful about Chester, and yet I haven't heard you one time seriously talk about my father's passing, except for encryptic messages left in your new album. This new album is the closest thing to an actual, authentic interaction with Chester's death, in my opinion, since he died. And no, I don't count the fucking Hollywood Bowl show as an authentic representation of his grief and acceptance and appreciation and celebration of Chester's life. Because one, that was one of the worst nights of my life. Anna Shinoda knew about it. Mike knew about it. They did not fucking help. They were not a part of the solution at fucking all. It was one of the nights that Isaiah threatened to kill me. And I was really the only one there to help him, besides Church, who fucking knows what Church thinks about any of this. Running that fucking burger stand in Utah, like, fuck off. But it's just like, you know, it's like, no, like, no, you've literally lied about things. You have literally handled this entire rollout with the enthusiasm of a small child while knowing full well that there are so many more things that need to be done in terms of realizing the situation and being sensitive and being there for people who care about you and have supported your fucking career. Like, for real. My dad, I didn't get to have for the majority of my relationship with him because your ass was always in the studio making fucking albums on fucking tour. It didn't stop when he died. It hasn't stopped now. You can act like Linkin Park. What you're like, you also have this narrative that you proposition your audience with, which is like, oh, Linkin Park, we weren't doing anything for 7 years. And that's not true. You had Emptiness Machine written 2 to 3 years ago. You said you weren't looking for a singer, but if you were asked in 2019 what you were doing, you were looking for a singer. No. You don't get to say Linkin Park was this non-entity for a while that you guys really took your time to grieve and recalculate. You took time to dial in a product. And that's where it's like, dude, I don't know whether to take you seriously or not. It's like you're constantly in this war between your light and your shadow. It's like you're either being this egomaniac and saying shit like, well, I had something taken away and then I had to give it back. Or you're saying something like, yeah, you know, Brad had this mental health challenge that he really wanted to take head on. And so he's not going to be on tour with us. And that's totally reasonable. And it's like, pick a fucking lane. Do you care or do you not care? I didn't have my dad for so many years because of your ambition. And it's not fair to put it all on Mike. It's just that Mike is the only one in the band talking about this shit at the moment. So it's like, okay, then fine, Mike, you get the heat. If you want to be the one that's going to be catching fire, trying to put fires out, then you're going to be the one catching fire. Sorry, homie. But the reality is that is an insensitive fucking perspective to have. And the fact that you aren't even current on whether or not certain things happen at a certain time is just insane. I just don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to take you. I don't know what's serious. I don't know what's not. I don't know where you are mentally. Because in reality, if you gave a fuck, you wouldn't have rolled this entire fucking thing out in a rush timeline, which led to you releasing The Emptiness Machine during International Suicide Prevention Month and never mentioning Chester except for one time, which was to literally contract your audience into the position of your dead lead singer. Like, if I sound heated about it, it's because I kind of fucking am. You're not acting as any fucking change. See, it's hard. It's like you're in these interviews and you're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. You know, that's very human. And like, oh yeah, you know, I can apply empathy to that, and I can see Uncle Mike here, and I can do that. You know, he almost becomes Uncle Mike again. Oh yeah, Emily Armstrong isn't a Scientologist. I can kind of buy into this. Okay, cool. And then it's like, wait, no, fuck that shit. What are you talking about? Snap out of it. Get out of it. Wake up. It's like, no. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The last 15 minutes of this interview have been they've been backsliding on everything they said. They have been literally confused about what's going on. They're talking insensitively about Chester, even though they've been talking about how wonderful of a musician he is. I haven't heard one single thing about mental health here for Chester, while I heard mental health stuff for fucking Brad. And for those of you who know me, you know what my last conversation with Brad was and how frustrating that relationship is for me and him. Between me and him. So it's like, it's wild. I can't believe that just happened. It's like the last 15 minutes it's been like 5 of these like, wait, whoa, hold on, you know, let me rewind there. Because it's that serious. It's that ridiculous. Yes, it's not me being a whiny little bitch or being a silly little kid who won't grow up. It's me being honest and real with the people I grew up with about their insensitivity and inconsistency as conscious human beings. Okay, 53. Let's go. Zach's on the next question.
Connected to Linkin Park.
Which, by the way, I like Zach a lot. Okay, I think this is actually one of the better interviews that they've had. And I think Zach is doing great.
What's your
and his partner.
Identity, life, everything.
Yeah.
And like your music.
Like you, for example, that you have an 18-inch Linkin Park tattoo on your back. I know what a big fan. Like it's
What?
really meaningful to you that the band is playing these shows.
Did you hear that? Zach has an 18-inch Linkin Park tattoo on their back. Is that not a conflict of interest? Isn't Zach always going to love what Linkin Park does? Why do people not talk about the fact that fucking... Why don't people talk about the fact that Emily and Colin are transplant legacy fans of Linkin Park? People grown up on Linkin Park. To them, Mike is Daddy Mike. It's not any other way. Yes, they have their own aspirations, they have their own careers, they have their own feelings on things, but in reality, they grew up allowing these people to shape the way that they talk about things, the way they feel about things, their artistic expressions. Emily said it herself. Once I heard that you could sing and scream like that at the same time, that's what I did. That's not a bad thing, but it is something to acknowledge. Zane Lowe is a legacy interviewer. Zach Sang is a legacy interviewer. These are not unbiased interviews. And I love that I had just moments before that said, I like Zach. I'm having fun with Zach. I think he's a good interviewer. And I do. I still think that. But I do think that it would be negligent and unfair to not acknowledge that he has an 18-inch Linkin Park tattoo on his back.
Yeah.
Fan, like it's so meaningful to you
No, but
that the band is playing these
I'm
shows.
continuing.
But the other thing too is it does matter to so many people, right? Like there is magnitude to the art that you make. Like it is
that's
true.
true.
I've seen. There was on our YouTube page. One of the first episodes of we have this thing called LP TV, and one of the first episodes was about the first few shows, LA, New York, and there's a fan who has all of Chester and Rob included the original lineup, our signatures on his. He has them tattooed on his arm, and I think he has. I don't remember how many shows. He's been to over 50 Linkin Park shows. He's got tons and tons of Linkin Park related tattoos, among other things.
Linkin Park fans
one
are
of the
intense.
things he said was like, he's like, I've got 2 spaces about like right here. This is where Emily and Colin are gonna go. And I was like, wow, that's a crazy way to start this tour.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but you knew that.
Linkin Park is actually
Right there, he's talking about fan tattoos. Okay? And he's saying that there's this one fan who showed that he had the original lineup on one side and then he had space on another arm for Emily and Colin, which is really cool, theoretically. And I'm not saying they shouldn't have that tattoo or that it's not their right to do that or that I'm looking down on them for doing that or whatever. What I'm saying is that Mike said right there, well, that's a crazy way to start this tour. Fuck off. For real. You know that people treat you that way. You know that you are royalty to these peasants. We know that the people you cosplayed as in your emptiness machine video are people that you aren't like, but you would like to believe for them they are like you. Okay? So it's crazy to think that you could say something as the word banal is coming to my mind, but I'm not exactly sure on the definition of that, so I'll say absurd because they're not the same word, but it'll fit. It's absurd to me that you would go, well, wow, that was such a way to start this tour, when you know for a fact that people will do that regardless. If you had any fucking care in the world for the way that your fans actually think and actually feel, you would look at the way they treat me, Mike. It's not a fucking secret. Anytime I say anything about you, radicalized Linkin Park fans will come up to me and say, go fucking die. You're fucking worthless. Your opinion means fucking nothing. You are a whiny bitch baby ass motherfucker. Shut the fuck up. Go the fuck away. Go to your Two-Face fucking official Linkin Park post and look at my comment. I said Two-Face is about correct there. That's the correct term. And what happened? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Why don't you just fucking get out of here then? Well, if you don't like it so much, why don't you just leave? And of course, my thing is like, well, shut up when I'm talking to you. And I bring up the lyrics. It's fucking funny. You know, you have fans out there who are literally saying, oh, that's just Chester's son. He's got a few fucking screws loose. And I'm like, yeah, if I shake myself hard enough, you can hear them rattle. And it's like, bro, no, you know these people are fanatical, and that is fanatical. To have tattoos of your favorite band, portraits of their faces on your body is fanatical. It's not a diminishing of the importance. It just is fanatical. That is the ultimate fanship. That's what most bands wish they fucking had. If not, they would be kind of weirded out a little bit by it. I know some people in some well-known bands who would be like, oh no, that's kind of weird you have my face on your body. But you would think, wow, that's such a way to open up the tour. You knew you had fans. You cultivated that mass through their emotional attachments to your 20-year anniversaries and your greatest hits single collection, Paper Cuts. Okay, homie? Don't act like you didn't know people were out there like that. They've been there for 25 fucking years. That's insane. That's insane to me. And yes, Zach's saying does fit into the category of fanatical, because apparently he has an 18-inch Linkin Park tribute on his back, which is not a bad thing. If that's something you want to devote your energy to, if that's something you want to, include in your vital energy, that is okay. But it is important to realize the extreme nature of that devotion to an idea and influence a group. Okay? And Mike knows this. So the fact that he says shit like this is so crazy to me. Like, you knew they were going to have those tattoos. You know that because they've been sending you pictures showing up at your shows. There is no doubt in my mind you've met that man multiple times. If he's been to 50 shows, you bet your ass he's probably in the LPU. He's probably at the summit. He's probably shaking your hand before and after the show. Okay, let's continue. 4520.
Bigger than
5420.
any crew for one person. It's like kind of a lifestyle and it's a
I
culture.
Exactly.
remember that, yeah.
and I say this with respect. Like,
How does that feel? Is that
I knew it was big, but like, fuck.
Yeah.
Like, shit. You know?
you could
Crazy.
easily make the case that it's bigger than you. It's bigger than Rob. It's
Oh
bigger
yeah.
than ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That goes without saying though. Because it's like when we were talking about the lyrics,
Here we go.
and
Ego
people,
coming
like,
out.
coming up with their own, like identifying
totally.
with the songs a different way. We make a thing, it goes out into the world, and they connect with it on their terms, and they
No, they
part of it
don't.
becomes. I mean, that half of it, I don't know. That part of it is their thing.
No, it's not.
So it's out of our hands, and it's the world's property.
No.
Right? So
False.
It's Linkin Park memes. It's Linkin Park tattoos. It's
Which are
animated
immature.
music videos with the people are editing Naruto with Linkin Park stuff. Like, I don't know. People do all kinds of, like, they make crazy things that are their, the way they're relating to the music. They're having their experiences. They're going on road trips listening to it. They're playing it for their children and having an emotional moment, a memory that they are creating that is completely a bubble.
No, it's
That's
not a
their own
bubble.
bubble.
It's not a bubble,
And
Mike.
if they remember, do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Totally.
kids. I watched a couple. We were playing a show in LA, and I watched the
Oh, at the
dad
Kia
and his
Forum, okay.
daughter, and she was like, this was years ago though, but it was like she was probably like 13, 14.
Interesting.
Probably
So
your
it
first
wasn't.
concert.
And she, when we played the newer
I was
stuff,
wrong.
she was elbowing him and going like this, blah, blah, blah. You could see her doing it. And then we played like one step closer, and he was like, okay, and he's like, had his arm around her. He's like, ah. And she's like, oh, okay. Like,
What a
this
way
is
to
what-
downplay
like,
the
she was-
parasocial relationship
like,
that
were
they
coming
cultivated
at it
on
from
purpose.
from a generational, with a generational gap in between, and they both loved the same thing, and they were having this wonderful moment. It was really sweet. But I left there going like, oh wow, this is what it's all about now. It changed. Like, in the
No,
early
it
days,
didn't
was one
change,
thing, but now
Mike.
it's this thing.
That's the
And I don't know where
manifestation
it's
of
gonna be
everything
10
you
years
ever
from
worked
now.
for.
How does
Okay, 5639. Mike just talked about the nature of the parasocial relationship that exists around Linkin Park. He said, we make the song, we put it out, people are in their own bubbles, they have their own relationship with it. It's not anything to do with us. You're wrong, you're lying to yourself. As a leader, as a witch doctor, you are lying. You rewrote how many of the songs on Hybrid Theory before you actually got the song? And why did you do that? I'll answer the question because you're not here right now. You did it to make it as accessible and as marketable as possible. There's a reason that Hybrid Theory and Meteor are two of the greatest selling commercial rock albums of all time. You made a product that uses emotional tethers as the amplitude for connection. I understand energy theory. I understand how we're all connected. I know it's a personal process, but it also has universal validity to it. You wrote an album for the purpose of encapsulating certain emotions, which you are very open about talking about and acknowledging. You then realize those emotions as being, or in the process, you realize these emotions as being universal emotions. You try to make it as accessible as possible. So when it goes out into the world, it's not a vacuum. It's not a bubble. Yes, there are bubbles, but it's not a bubble. It's not separate from you. You know for a fact that these people grew up in a time when your music was the emotional expression for these people. You know that they grew up into adults and continued through their real lives, making families, expanding careers, becoming more ambitious or less ambitious, becoming more creative or less creative, using your work as an amplification of that energy, because sometimes you use music and other art to give you something you don't necessarily have at the moment. You know this. Why? Because you're a music lover yourself. You are an industry professional of over 25 years. You have performed in front of many crowds like the one you just described. For you to sit there and go, well, it has nothing to do with me, is stupid as fuck. Because if it had nothing to do with you, you know what you would have done? You would have dropped Linkin Park as an act. You would have created your own band, separate from your solo career, separate from Linkin Park, and you would have been so good on your own that you would have made it to the top of the charts with your biggest hits and blah, blah, blah. But did you do that? No. And why? Well, I believe it was the Zane Lowe interview, but I could be wrong. We'll get there in time. You said independent artists don't make it as big as other artists. Linkin Park comes with over 20 years of professional experience in fine-tuning art, the craft itself, and presenting that art. And we didn't want to create a band separate from that. We felt we were at a disadvantage. Why? Because you know for a fucking fact that Linkin Park is so emotionally relevant to your fan base that you could never make it up if you went on your own. Why? Because you fucking did it for 7 years. You work with independent artists all the time, up-and-coming artists all the time. I even know you had secret meetings with Billie Eilish, okay? Fuck off. You cannot sit there and act like you don't know what's going on. You do. You know how severely impacting your music is because you engineered it that way. You created a family through the LPU, which is something you've manifested and maintained over 20 years. That's why your first single back in 2020 was She Couldn't, which was a demo from the LPU releases back in 2000. It's not fucking... And so you see, you get to this point, you're like, fuck, no, that guy is just an egomaniac. Because that is not authentically true at all in any way. That is total bullshit. For you to act like you are totally separate from the emotional impact of your music, which you engineered to be that way, on your audience, which you engineered to be that way, is ridiculous. The fact that you wouldn't prove your theory by going independent and doing your own thing, because you know for a fact as a solo artist, you couldn't even crack the historical record of Linkin Park's interaction with the globe, the global society that we exist in, is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about when I say that you are such a groomer. That's why I said when I talked about Post-Traumatic Season 6, the anniversary, Series 6, in June, I said you are a whitewashed colonizer who preys on the emotional ties you purposefully engineered and your purposefully engineered crowd to not only manufacture new music and present it, new art and present it, but also capitalize. That's what I said. And here you are doing the same thing, acting like you can downplay your actual interaction, your actual meaning to these people. Like you didn't fucking know that you had 30 million monthly listeners on Spotify because you put them there. Okay. Let's continue. 5640.
That thing influence from zero.
Well, I mean, that's kind of part of what the name is about. So the name
we
is...
get an origin story.
How does that thing influence from zero?
Hold on.
In the early days, I left there going like to this thing. And I don't know where it's going to be 10 years from now.
How does that thing influence from zero?
Well, I mean, that's
How does
kind
that
of part of what the
interaction
name
influence
is
from
about.
zero?
So the name is, among other things, one reason I liked the name is that it's being from scratch, from a blank canvas, right?
It's not from a blank
And the other
canvas.
thing is that our first band was called Zero,
With an X.
With an
and
X.
it was XERO, and it started with me and my friend Mark. We were like probably 17, and then we wrote some demos and eventually brought on Brad and Dave and Rob and Joe. So this is that was the 6, and we got signed at that point. Like later, yeah, you know, we did a bunch of showcases. We tried to get signed. Nobody wanted to sign us. Eventually, it happened. When Mark left and Chester came on board, and then we changed the name to Linkin Park. But the original band name Zero was you know, I mean, in the beginning it was just me and Mark. So there's an element of this album that like gets back to basics that way. Like it gets back to the
No,
we
it doesn't
tried to
at
get
all
back to
in
the
any way.
purity of like making music. Just
Mike,
for the
you're
sake
killing
of
me.
making stuff that we thought was interesting, making stuff that we thought was cool.
How do you achieve
Okay.
that?
57, 53, we're taking a pause because Mike just described what From Zero was. He said, it's like starting from a blank canvas. That's not true. You are in no way starting from a blank canvas. You even said it yourself. You were retooling a configuration of a band that already existed. You did not want to let go of Linkin Park because of all the experience that came with it, knowing for a fact you couldn't make it as an independent artist the way that you currently want to because you had tried it in your solo career and it failed. You did not start from a blank slate. You did not start from scratch. If you went back to basics, it would be you and Mark. Where's Mark in this project? Why are there 6 members still and not 2? There are so many things about what you just said that can be considered on my part in terms of my critique or my commentary as being nitpicky. But no. You do not get to say you started from scratch. You do not get to say that you had no intention of being in Linkin Park. You said very clearly you had every intention. You do not get to say Linkin Park was a non-entity for 7 years when you know for a fact that you guys were making music for years. Again, Emptiness Machine, according to this interview, was made 2 to 3 years ago. Okay? You can't say that shit. You didn't just make it, okay? You're involved with Major League Baseball right now. You were involved in the League of Legends championship this year. You're eligible for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2025. You just added 40 different shows to your tour, which you know will have an impact on the world. X, Y, and Z, you name it. There are dozens of reasons why what you just said is absolute bullshit. And to those who aren't aware or aren't knowing enough is absolutely predatory. In my opinion, you have every responsibility to be absolutely transparent in this full scope of your influence and the full scope of your nature. You did not go back to basics. You did not go back to anything. This doesn't sound like and they said, well, this is me just, becoming different than every Linkin Park album was designed to be different than every other Linkin Park album, okay? They literally said that they've been plotting this since 2019. They reincorporated in 2021. They had been releasing music up until that, just before that. They continued to release music past that. He did not start from scratch. He did 2 20-year anniversary box sets. He did a greatest hits album. No, there are just so many reasons why what you just said is ridiculously silly. 57, 53. Zach is going to ask the next question.
The actual process.
Making stuff that we thought was cool.
How do you achieve that in the actual process?
How do you achieve?
No expectations.
That's a good, yeah.
That's what we had.
Keeping the
How do you
expectations out a little
achieve
bit.
what you think is
Something
cool?
you only
in the
have
process?
when you're young, really.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
And we talked about that.
Yeah.
Like we get to make our first album twice. That's kind of what I thought with this album.
What?
You
That's
know?
cool,
And it's
yeah.
a very definitive moment where it's like you could do anything. And that is such a freedom to have in a band. And especially for,
Whoa.
Linkin Park.
She
being
just
one of the
totally
biggest rock
axed
bands in the
Mike's
world,
point.
And I think there's something very magical to first albums, and we got to do this, and it felt like a first album for us. It was great. Like that energy.
Interesting.
Right there, she said, the way you make that possible, the way you do what you think is cool, is by not having too many expectations, but also she said specifically it felt like we got to do our first album twice. Something you would not be able to do without Linkin Park. So she immediately nullified Mike's conscious acknowledgement that he was starting from scratch. They are so funny. Okay.
Couldn't have said it better.
What do you think?
Mike said he couldn't
I
say
just
it.
want to know
Couldn't
how
have
you
said it better.
approach that scream on Heavy as the Crown. It's a long one.
We have a video. You want to cut to it?
We'll put that up. We'll put that up soon.
Yeah.
Or at some point soon.
I mean, it was a fun. I mean, the first time that we did it.
That was first take, by the way.
I was gonna ask
The
how many
scream
takes-
that's on
wow.
there, she did it a couple times, but
Yeah.
the one that's on the record is the first one.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's impressive.
There's a video. I don't know why it's not out. I thought we were
We're gonna put it out. I forgot we had it
Yeah.
when the song came out, and now I found
Kinda
it.
fun,
We'll put it
not
out.
to-
We'll put it
yeah.
out. It'll be on our socials at some point.
The intro. of
Wait
that.
a second. How crazy is that? There was another micro admission there. The side question, the side interviewer, he was like, I still don't know his name. They haven't said his name at all, which is really sad. They were like, how did you approach that scream on Heavy as the Crown? And she said, we have a video of that. I have no idea why it's not out. And Mike went, well, it's coming. You know, we'll do it. We'll do it. I kind of forgot that I had it. But just so you know, that scream was the first take. She did a couple of takes, but we kept the first take. And it's like, again, why would you not? So are you not fully aware? So this was so rushed that you actually forgot to include vital documentarian elements to your featurettes about the music that you're releasing. That's so strange to me. How did you forget? How did you forget? If you were literally pooling your media resources so you can have an authentic and wonderful rollout, then where is the collective organization of that entire rollout? You don't know when it started. You are fudging your timeline like every time you talk about it. You don't know where you are right now. I don't understand. You also, again, rolled back your original deadline by like 3 different months. So why are you rushing? Who's rushing you? What are you anticipating? What is the pressure? What is the storm on the horizon? What trigger are you pulling? Why are you pulling it right now? Why are you not I feel like if I were Emily and people were going to compare me to Chester doing the Given Up scream on Heavy as the Crown, a song they didn't write, but the Arcane team wrote almost 2 years ago. Wouldn't you want to have that fucking scream track ready to go? Okay, 59:16.
It's really majestic. It's great. It
Which
feels
one?
different.
The string thing.
Yeah, Heavy as the
Oh
Crown.
yeah.
Starts like in a really different way. I like it.
It's like
It
I had
feels
to.
orchestral. It feels. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I made. It was quite a process to make that sample. I mean,
It used
like,
to be different timing too.
oh, that's right. Yeah, it used to be straight. It used to be da da da. I don't know, but I know it's da da da. Right, it was on the downbeats, and then Joe and Mike Elizondo suggested we do something to make it a little. I think they said groovier, and I was like, oh, what is this, like disco? And then we moved that little jog up,
Silly things.
and it made it almost feel like Bollywood, which I liked.
Yeah.
Scream
Bollywood.
on Casualty. Crazy.
This suit's all I got to remind
Ad.
you who they were, what I did.
Oh,
Get
just
out
like
of the ad.
the courses.
Yeah. I felt like they were screaming at each other. It was intense.
Oh yeah. It was like a thing where like let's do something different.
Let's
right?
do something different. I was like, I have an idea for how I could do this verse, but it might suck. Like, I'm not going to be able to do it that many times. And then I did it, and then Joe was like, so I feel like we unlocked a thing that Mike needs to do a lot more often. He's like, can you do that all the time?
I don't think the
Like,
scream
how'd you
rap
get
was
there?
that good, Mike.
Um,
And acknowledge where you fucking got that from, bro. Come on.
yeah, well, I grew up on, there's a very specific type of, like, heavy, it falls into the category of hardcore. Like, people think of, like, New York hardcore or, like, straight edge hardcore bands. And if you're into that genre, which I'm not a tourist, but I'm not like super deep.
Here, hold on. 10102. It's very important to recognize right now that Mike is acting as a brainiac of music knowledge. He is talking about very specific niche categories of music. He's talking about it fluently like he knows better. So anytime he tells you he's not that kind of rapper, he's not that kind of producer, watch it, because he is silly like that. It's one of his isms, and he's far more of a brainiac about this than he will ever admit. He's going to probably take it down in a second. He's going to say this, and then he's going to say, oh, I'm not a tourist, but, and then he's going to continue on as if he didn't just fucking say that with his chest out. Like, I know what this is. Okay. Anyways, I'm continuing. 10102.
But I do love bands like Strife, newer bands too, like Speed and Gel and.
Oh, so
a
you
band
do
called-
know. You're
well,
not just
anyway,
a tourist, you know.
super duper rabbit hole. There's an aesthetic though of those types of bands.
He just
and
brought up these hardcore groups.
I think my gateway into that was Helmet. Do you know the band Helmet?
No.
So we're actually Paige from Helmet. We asked him to sing on a song on our album, The Hunting Party, and I've always just been a big fan of them. And they actually are going to open for us on our upcoming date in Dallas, which is like such a nice moment. Like I know that most of the fans don't know who they are. Their like biggest album was like 30 years ago. Like it's crazy. So I just love this band, and I love that type of music and stuff like that. Like I think when I can tap into, we were talking about like going back to the roots and like being a young kid, doing a record for the first time. That I think the yelling, screaming part for me, I don't really do a scream. It's just like it's like hardcore. It's like. Yeah. That's what I was kind of thinking of.
He just said, I don't really do a scream on Casualty. I just, it's just hardcore. But he's literally scream yelling on the album. It is a scream, Mike. You did scream. And I know you did channel Chester right there. And I know he was one of the reasons that you're even able to sing in the first place, because you originally were too shy to do it. So please, when you're going back to your roots, can you at least acknowledge the fucking influences that really influenced you? Can you be real about it? Because that was a bit dismissive. He's acting like he's not a brainiac, or he doesn't know certain things about certain musical niches and blah blah blah. Like I said, but he does know. He literally started talking about it, and he's like, "Oh, that's a rabbit hole. I'm not." You knew what you were saying. You were going to dive deep into it, but you don't want people to know how smart you are. That's what I see when I see that. When I see so many interviews like this back to back to back, and I'm like, you just don't want people to realize how smart you are. You want people to kind of think you're a little stupid. That you're just surface level. But you said, I'm not a tourist, but I'm not deep into it. But then you knew what the genre was. You knew a bunch of artists, including modern artists. He included modern artists, not just Helmet. He included a bunch of artists from today. And then he's like, no, that's a rabbit hole. He knows what he's talking about. And yes, he did scream on the album. And yeah, it was effective for the song, I think. Okay, 102.14. We're getting real close to the end here.
I never thought I could do that. I think when I tried to, I was younger and my voice was higher. And it didn't sound good. So now that my voice is like...
Your voice sounds the same, Mike. It sounds the same for the last 15 years.
More authority.
You tell them.
Yeah.
What did you guys learn about yourselves from making this album?
Oh, God, probably a lot. I probably need to not talk about any of it in a recorded format.
That's for my therapist.
Exactly.
How did you guys keep this a secret?
Bro, whoa. That was insane. The end of this interview just goes hard with the what the fucks. We're at 102.48. The question was, what did you learn about yourselves in the process of making this album? And Mike literally said, I don't think I should be saying that on record. And Emily said, yeah, you know what? I think that's just for my therapist. And they shut it down, and now they're on the next point with the unnamed co-interviewer. That's so interesting and so alarming. See, when they say that this album is really just vague for the purpose of getting people involved, the audience involved in a certain way, they're lying to you. It's not vague at all. It's the same thing that they said before. Oh, yeah, Mike, I know. I heard you say the other day to an interviewer, you're not going to talk about that, so I won't talk about what this album actually means. What did you learn about yourself? Well, you know, I think I shouldn't say that on record.
Because when you were here,
Exactly.
Okay.
how did you guys keep this a secret? Because when you were here in 2023 of last year, you said nothing. We were asking you little questions. You played it off like nothing was happening.
Yeah, it was
I'm
tough.
proud of myself.
Yeah, you did good.
He's a fucking liar.
Sometimes, I don't remember here whatever, but I was like, there were some moments when people would ask a question, and I'd be like, "Oh, if you only knew, motherfucker." Oh, we were in it. Like at that time when I put out Already Over, we were making Linkin Park songs at that point. Like we weren't.
You hear that?
Calling them Linkin Park songs, but we were involved. You know, we were getting busy, and I think one of the things that struck me is that keeping it a secret, like a bunch of people knew. They had to know because we were setting up things like.
He
we were having
just
people come
fucking
in
walked
and,
back
like,
on
write,
everything
grab
he ever
people,
said.
You know.
Shoots.
Yeah, we were shooting things. We were
A lot of
asking
people
for
involved.
we were talking to openers, so that meant like other bands and management and stuff. And the only thing that makes any sense to me logically is that the reason it didn't leak is because people either liked us or respected us enough.
Fucking
to not do
liar.
that.
No.
And
Yeah.
so to me, that's like
No,
such
that's
a
not true.
beautiful thing,
That's big.
Yes.
right?
He just said, when you were here last year, how did you keep this a secret? Because you obviously were working on this project. And Mike said, oh yeah, you know, there were a couple times I thought in my mind like, oh, you motherfucker, if you knew how serious this was. Because by the time I put Already Over out, we were deep in the process of making Linkin Park songs. So when last year I posted that Jess interview when I said, hey Morty, hey Rick, it's Morty, just quit. I was right. He was making Linkin Park songs at that time. They were working on this album at that time. They were doing shoots, they were doing photo shoots, they were setting up this entire touring unit. So when they came out and they said, oh, this organically happened, we had no idea it was going to be like this, they fucking lied to you, to your fucking face. And he's sitting right here casually going, yeah, I pulled one over on you. That's crazy. The fact that people think that that's acceptable is fucking crazy. The fact that I'm supposed to treat this man like he isn't the biggest gaslight in the world is fucking crazy. That means that Emily knew whenever they were on, let's see. Or I guess it would be Mike Shinoda. It wouldn't be Linkin Park. (2023). Here it is. An hour and 15. Let's pull it up. What was the date? Guys, he did Zach Sang show April 7th, 2023. April. This is the beginning of the year in April. He said that he was lying to Zach when he was on the show in April. Already Over was in October. So when I went live last year, Linkin Park was in full effect. They were finishing their album, doing cover shoots. Holy shit. That pisses me off to no fucking end. So that's crazy, because what that means is that when Kyle Christner went and litigated against the label, the band, and the distribution through Warner Music Group and was dismissed out of court by April 1st of this year, all you fucking fans out there who want to be like, oh my God, it was literally in April. Why are you still talking about this? It's because of this. Kyle Christner and I were going through fucking hell while Linkin Park was amping up for their big fucking reveal. And here I was being empathetic and understanding and holding space for these fucking assholes. What I went through for this? I went live October 25th last year. I was done by November 23rd. Thanksgiving last year. What I went through because they were doing this and Dead by Sunrise was doing what they were doing is there is no apologizing for that. He's literally bragging about lying to Zach Sang in April of last year. All of this ghosting that I've been getting, all of this bullshit I've been facing from the fucking LPU, all these fucking radicalized Linkin Park fans, is Mike Shinoda's fucking doing. Brad, Joe, Dave, Colin, and Emily were in it the entire time. And he thinks that's a fucking flex. And we're in the last 10 minutes of this fucking thing. I got words for you. I'm not going to say them because I am not you.
Because people either liked us or respected us enough to not do that.
And that's the thing. No, they didn't fucking like you and respect you. That's not the reason it was kept a fucking secret. The reason it was kept a fucking secret is because who you align yourself with. The top 1%. And your mafia record label. And who the fuck just said that? Oh, really, Travis? You want to talk shit to me right now? You can go fuck yourself. It's not a crybaby. That's the whole fucking thing. Thank you for coming in right now, Travis. Travis is the exact example of what the fuck I've been through because of this motherfucker and his secrets. Fuck you, Travis. Go fuck yourself. Nobody gives a fuck about your opinion. You showed up at the wrong fucking time and yet it was divine intervention. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, you sound like someone who would allow someone like Mike to fucking lie on record and get away with it. Insane. Let's listen to what else Mike has to fucking grace us with.
And so to me, that's like, it was such a beautiful thing.
That's big.
Yes.
Right? Like,
And tell me how. He's like, well, I guess we were just respected and loved so much. When the album itself was leaked a week before the actual release, and Warner Music Group did nothing about it. Yeah? Well, everybody knows that you're a fuckhead, Travis, so goodbye. Boo-hoo, sad story. Yeah, boo-hoo, you don't know what the fucking room is about. Get the fuck out of here. You're in timeout for 24 hours. Okay.
I like my friends even more now.
Absolutely.
Because nobody went out and was like, yo, did you hear?
No,
They did, though.
no,
They fucking ratted Emily out in April.
That's right.
Emily,
Idiot.
did you keep it to yourself, or did a lot of your friends and family know?
no, not a lot of people. No, I mean, we talked about this where I'm just like, it was hard to go hang out because I didn't want to say anything. Like I'm having a couple drinks and I get excited, or a song comes on. I was just like, I'm gonna fucking say something. So I stopped going out so much. I kept.
It's
it
so
very
hard to
low
watch
while
people
I
have a
was
good
I
time
was
with
also
this
very
fucking
busy,
story.
too,
This
and
is
I was just,
not
like, very
okay.
immersed in it.
In any
And I
ways,
just
it's
wanted
okay.
to stay in that zone as well, and just be like, okay, like it was very, very exciting for me, and especially in those moments of excitement, I wanted to tell people. So that's when I knew I had to step back a little bit.
Disgusting.
But when I started doing the work, that's when it became.
And they
really,
still
like,
didn't want to tell me about the
think
fucking
too
album.
much to like
It's crazy.
have to tell people
Because they knew.
But I definitely had to have like a.
They knew since 2020 I was going to come out. So they lied and they hid it.
What's this? Like you're in the studio.
They fucking
Cool,
played into
you
the
know, like,
deceitful, conniving,
I had to,
asshole
just
fucking
kind of-
shadow
Yeah,
play that they
just-
engage in.
Just writing, just having fun. Yeah.
And they get to have so much fun.
But,
Look
yeah.
at them making all this money,
Very big.
interacting with all these people,
Success
being
been
seen and heard for
redefined
whatever
at
the
all
fuck they want to be held
with all of
for.
this for you?
While I'm fucking
For me, it
stampeded by a
always
bunch of
gets redefined
mindless
all the time.
idiots on the
What did he
fucking
say?
internet.
Um,
What did he say?
Redefined it all with all of
Just writing,
planned,
just having fun. Yeah. Be
Fuck
very
off,
vague,
Linkin Park.
But yeah, very big.
Has success been redefined at all with all of this for you?
for me, it gets redefined all the time.
Aw.
What is it today?
What success?
I think
That's funny.
I think part of it. I think part of it is part of it is enjoying what you do, to
Stay.
enjoy what comes at you, and to seek out stuff that you know you enjoy, or at least
Oh, he gets to have all this
might
success. How
enjoy.
wonderful.
'Cause sometimes those things you're like.
Everybody else is marginalized as a
like,
fucking insane person,
you might
worth
do
shutting
something
down
that
and
is
being told they're
challenging or
worthless.
uncomfortable, but you're like, okay, I'm gonna do it, and I know it might suck, it might end up being bad, but I'm gonna have fun trying it. Because I think new experiences are important. So that's a thing, and yeah, we were talking about all the little weird new things. Like earlier, we were joking about makeup. Like, you know, having a woman in the band is a new thing. Like there's little nuances to like, oh, we can't just have everybody in the band like getting dressed in the same room, like running around in a towel. We used to just be like, whatever. I mean, we weren't like naked dudes in a room. We were like, it was like a locker room, right? Like, and I was like, okay, so we got to set up our backstage a different way. Like, what's comfortable for you, and how do we do that, and also not be separated? Like, we want to be together, and like, because it's fun, but we also have to have some private space. So stuff like that, like. You know, it sounds stupid. Like, it sounds like, okay, yeah, it's just figure it out. But to me, it's like, it keeps this thing that we've done for so long, it like turns it on its side a little bit, and you get to go, oh, that's gonna be different. That'll be interesting.
A new approach to something that you've gotten, like,
Yeah.
that again, like becomes just like muscle
Anna
memory.
Shinoda really
Just
did what she did to me so that Mike could have
Yeah.
his fucking career.
And what do you
Fuck both
What's
of
your
you.
success?
Ooh, the anger I feel.
I'm still trying it on for size, man.
I'm so pissed off by that, my
Fuck,
feet are sweating.
You're a lot busier. It's a lot more work,
Yeah.
but it's all worth it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so crazy. I'm still trying to like figure it all out. But you know, it's like after this tour, I came back home and I was just like, oh, okay. It's not like it's crazy.
Was it
like,
too quiet? Did you have any moments where when you came home from tour, you were like, I got to get back out on the road again because it's too slow, it's too quiet right now? Or
Not
did you
for the
enjoy
first
it?
week.
Yeah.
But once we started getting in the studio again, because I knew that, I kind of like.
Oh, they're in the
mentally was
studio
okay,
again.
We can be together again. And then when we started doing that, I was like, okay, I'm ready to go on the road again. Like,
Cool.
it like ignited that. Like.
So they got off a
get
tour,
excited.
they had a week, and then they got
Because
back in the
it's like a
studio.
high. Like it's a drug that you
Yeah.
get used to.
Yeah.
It's a drug you get
And
used to.
It's everything I've dreamed of. Like, it's absolutely, I'm so fortunate to be in this position. Like, it's crazy. But, you know, like,
I'm not allowed to reveal the secrets of Jameson Black Barrel.
This commercial. Is that Aaron Taylor Johnson?
Or its exquisite notes of toasted oak, caramel, and vanilla spice.
He's like,
I feel
keeping
like
the
I've been
secrets of this
training to
whiskey.
be in this position for a long time, you know, with the style that I sing and like being in a band for so long. It's like, I feel like, you know, it's like I've been training, but then when I get into being in this position, I'm like, holy shit, I have so much to learn still, you know? And I always want to do a really good job, so I could be really hard on myself at the same time. So it's like, there's moments where I really, really enjoy, like, oh, this success and stuff like that, but I'm like, don't fuck it up. You know? There's like that voice, and it's like, keep going.
I love
you
that
know?
though.
Yeah.
That's like one of the great things about you. One of the great things about everybody in the band is that like
That's
I think
insane.
everybody takes that very seriously.
And now he's back to being totally normal, Mike.
Coasting.
Wow.
Everybody's like putting in the effort.
Oh, now everybody's a
That's
hard
like
worker.
That's what like changes, right? Like, you know.
Well, I mean, but at this point, you know, even for us, like 10, 15 years ago, I think that we even then were, you know, there was a potential for the band to be like a little bit jaded or a little bit like
The
just,
band
like,
was jaded, Mike.
letting it ride a little bit. I don't think we really do that. We're just like I'm for me, I'm just too.
What a
I
sad,
need to
sad
be-
situation.
My mind needs to be occupied with stuff. Like I need to be doing stuff, making things, and
Oh, he hasn't changed.
You produced 26 records over Twitch over COVID. Like that's I didn't know.
In COVID, he produced 26 records over
I
Twitch.
wasn't even counting.
He literally can't stop doing
produced
stuff.
records for people you met on the internet.
that's true. That's true. I did that.
It's so
Those-
wild.
Some of those were really good.
A cool accomplishment, but also like that's literally what got him into the
I don't know if they
post-traumatic
would have been
nonsense.
better like Instagram reels than like songs, but like
The
still.
more you know.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think part of it is another thing that we didn't talk about in terms of like what's a success is like community and making like connections with people. Like I feel like one of the things that's back for a lot of people is this band that I really enjoy
Yeah,
is
you
like
know that they want the
active
community.
again, and we get to share this
Yeah.
experience or share this energy.
Exactly.
We
So
get to,
you
like,
do know. You
things
just
like
admitted you
scavenger
know the
hunts
impact you have on
online
your community,
with
which
them,
you
play
engineered
with
for
them,
yourself
right?
by
It's
yourself.
playful. And I like to. That's a thing besides music.
And that's a
related
success to
that I
him.
like to do. You know.
Music cultivates the community.
Yeah. Yeah. I love
Music cultivates
Oh,
the
you
community.
listen
He
to the
goes,
album,
yeah,
it's waiting for you on
That's what
Amazon
Zach
Music
said,
below
and that's what
the
Mike's
screen.
response was.
What are you thinking?
I think we're gonna wrap up in our ears.
Nah, dude. I know. I really, you know, you guys are really special. We're gonna get into like a track by track, so you can listen to the album in a whole new way on Amazon Music.
They did the
Thank
track
you
by track for
being
Amazon Music.
here, but also for making music and continuing.
Zach
to
saying?
create. It really is
Thank you.
deeply, deeply appreciated, and
Thank you.
yeah, the music is really special.
Disgusting.
I think our fans know at this point that I'm like I've become a little picky about who I want to talk to.
Oh, you're
about
picky
stuff.
who you want to talk to.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like it's like it's I feel like I'm like becoming Sam Elliott. Just like I'm getting too old for this shit. I don't need to be talking to all these people.
Your time and energy's
And I love talking to you guys about this stuff because I just feel
Yeah, the guy with the 18-inch Linkin
there's
Park
a mutual-
tattoo on his
I
back.
feel like there's a mutual respect. I don't know if you respect us. You act like you do. I respect what you do. I enjoy the conversation. So thank you, man.
That's
Your
crazy.
life is real, and I deeply do. And both of us, our lives have been shaped by the art that you made and the art that comes to life. So yeah, right?
We've always loved Linkin Park.
Thank you.
I
Val.
will.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
man. Forever, forever.
Like having you guys.
No,
sit
you're
here-
on
Me
this side of
too.
the desk
Yeah.
now. You're
Oh,
over
yeah,
here.
right. I'm
You
a
go
singer.
ahead.
I'm a
You just
singer
say
now,
thank
right.
you. You're good. You're part of the thing.
What were you saying?
No, I was saying like it's just like cool to have you. Like every time you guys come in, it's just like they're actually like they're here. Like to me, even though we have people every day, I'm like it's still cool.
No,
That's great. Thank
Yeah.
you. I appreciate
but
that.
also like you know, there's timeless records. There's like generational defining records. There's genre defining records. There's songs that create new genres. You.
Oh my God,
literally
shut
check off
up.
every
Leave it alone.
box of what I just listed, and you could do 1,000 interviews and not
Okay, there's nothing else to hear here. Except for I made it this far, so let's listen to 20 more seconds.
actually cover all of it, and it's
Yeah, that's true.
really
What a
powerful. And
fucking
just thanks for coming in
mess.
always. It really means the world. Thanks.
So true.
Appreciate it.
I'm liking it. I'm like, Linkin Park, everybody.
Good job, man.
The last 20, 30 minutes of that interview was absolutely stunning. Mike said it himself right there at the end. He said, I don't talk to everybody. I only pick and choose because I'm so old for this shit. I don't want to talk to just anybody. You know why you don't want to talk to just anybody, Mike? It's not because you like new experiences, which is what you said you liked a little earlier in the interview, just like in the last 15 minutes. You said you like new experiences. You're lying. You don't like new experiences. You like experiences that you already had because you know what to expect from them. Because you don't actually do the work. You don't actually heal and slow down. You continue your old bad habits, the ones that get you into trouble with people that you care about and the people who care about you. That's insane for you to sit there and go, well, yeah, I pick and choose the people I interview with because they know who I am. Zane Lowe and Zach Sang are legacy interviewers, as I said earlier, and I said that without knowing anything about the end of this. I had never watched this before. That was absolutely stunning. So he's been lying about Linkin Park since 2023 April. And he's been doing Linkin Park earlier than that. So Linkin Park has lied to you about their timeline. They have been trying to come back and preparing to come back for 3 years, almost, if not longer. They've been actively in the studio for 7 years. Mike Shinoda doesn't do interviews with people that he doesn't know. He doesn't do interviews with people who don't pull certain numbers. He doesn't do interviews that he isn't sure are going to guarantee him success, guarantee him comfort and safety. That was absolutely appalling. And the fact that I've been through what I've been through, knowing that Anna knew that Mike was going to be doing this for years, is grounds for some very ugly things to be said. And I'm not going to. I went from being a theoretical supporter of Linkin Park with the release of From Zero to absolutely appalled and disgusted by what the fuck I just saw in that interview. What a spectrum of experiences. Thank you all for participating in this experience with me. Thank you all for being here. It means a lot. I'm not really speechless. I'm just processing. I always want to be wrong. It's the same thing I said to Ryan Shuck. I said, it bothers me that I always give you assholes the benefit of the doubt. And then I get whacked upside the head with it because you're actually conniving, self-involved, egotistical maniacs who step on whoever you can whenever you want to. Linkin Park runs a tight ship. Whoever allowed Jay Gordon to slip through the cracks did it on purpose. They don't respect you like that. They respect what you can make for them. It's money. You bring affluence. You're a global phenomenon. You know exactly what you are, you know what you did, and you know how you're doing it. Someone here has to be a Scientologist. 100%, hands down. Maybe it was Rob who introduced the band to Emily. Maybe it's Mike Shinoda. Fuck, maybe it's Dave. I don't know. Maybe it's Brad, someone I'd least expect to be a Scientologist. But this has just been absolutely stunning and appalling and hurtful. And again, as I said in my first half of this, the listening party of the album, my breakdown of what I thought and all this fun stuff, until Mike proves that he's trustable, until he executes on the reality that he's promised, which he has not, and probably will not for the next 2 or 3 years, he's a fucking asshole. And I do not support, I do not consent. I don't support Linkin Park, I do not consent. I do not support Dead by Sunrise, I do not consent. I do not support Grey Days, I do not consent. I am so sorry, Dad, that these people are this way. Say what you want about your faults, but you didn't deserve this. And the day that they prove that you did, I'll believe them. But I've yet to see it. It's been 7 years. With that being said, am bringing the ceremony to a close. This is the beginning of me watching all these fucking Linkin Park interviews. Though I don't really feel like it anymore. Because it's all the same thing over and over again. And the From Zero analysis and breakdown was the first of my album by album breakdown. But I don't really feel like doing that anymore either. Soul crushing, I guess, is what it feels like. So, Watsky, if you're out there, Woody, if you're out there, Billy Howardell, if you're out there, any of these other producers who worked with Chester who aren't on this side of history, please reach out to me. Please take me seriously. Please help me. Because this is a nightmare. I will persist, but it is a goddamn nightmare. Okay. Good night or good day. Have fun. Enjoy yourselves. We did a lot of work. I'll see you later.